we're live here at the Station of Decapitation Without Your Head. I'm Nasty Neil.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Jenn Wexler, director of The Ranger and the Sacrifice Games. Very cool to have you on.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Don't mind Mr. Neil's hat taking up the attention of everything.
No, it's very on point for this time.
All right. It's hard to wear actually out and about because it gets stuck in when you're going through doors and whatnot.
It's very Seuss-like.
Yeah,
I feel like it's out of The Grinch.
Yeah, I believe so. I've tried to bend it so it's actually in camera, but yeah, we're not just here to talk about my hat though. Which I mean, that would make
there's so much more. Actual filmmakers and their films. Welcome,
right. Yeah. So the Sacrifice Game, which is on Shudder right now, for people who aren't aware, can you give them an idea of what the Sacrifice Game is about?
Yes, the Sacrifice Game takes place in 1971, and it's about two girls who are stuck at their school, their boarding school over Christmas with their teacher and the groundskeeper, when a gang of Manson-esque cult killers comes to the school to raise a demon, and the girls must fight to survive the night.
Exactly. It's like The Holdovers, but much different.
The Holdovers, if The Holdovers takes a very different direction.
Right. And it's much different from your first movie, The Ranger. Did you after The Ranger, you want to make something, completely different?
Yeah, The Ranger, I was all about my love for punk movies and 80s slashers. And this movie, I wanted to explore my love of 70s movies and home invasion movies and demon movies and Christmas movies and all those things. So it was, still me just exploring different subgenres.
And you really captured the look of a 70s movie.
Thank you.
And the opening is a great scene. It's like a very long scene. It really you get right in the movie right away. And a question about that is finding the right song for the opening scene.
Yeah, so that song is Kill My Baby Tonight by LA Witch. And that was always I always make playlists when I'm writing a movie, and that was always number one on my playlist. And I also make playlists for the actors. So I made Olivia Scott Welch, who plays Maisie, a playlist, and that was the first song on her playlist too. It's a song I really identified with Maisie's character. And after we shot the scene, I just pulled it into Premiere and I put that song under it, and I showed the producers, and I was like, guys, look at this, look how awesome this is. And then they were all into it. So we were fortunately able to get that song.
Oh, that's brilliant, having playlists for the actors to help them get to know what you want from their character.
Yeah, it gives, you're able to talk about the character using different senses.
Yeah.
Getting into the one's brain in a different way than just from the script and just from lookbooks. And they share songs with me too, and we kind of pass music back and forth.
It's wild. I love that. I remember years ago we were interviewing Tom Noonan, and we were talking about him being Francis Dollarhide in Manhunter, and he was talking about how he walked around just listening to music, getting in character, particular music. So I think it's awesome that you're creating this for the people that are going to be working in the film. I've never heard of that, and I love it.
Yeah, on The Ranger, Jeremy, who plays the Ranger, kept singing Most Beautiful Girl in the World, just on set. That was his song that he brought to it, that he used to get into character. And then we just threw that into the cut when we were editing, and we were like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is his song. And we had him humming it from just, stuff he was doing on set to get into character. So I really love using music as another tool for that.
Do you think that actually changed how you directed him at all?
I don't think it changed how I directed him, but it did. It allowed us just another point of bonding over that song. And then it really just affected the edit. because then when we threw that song in, it was like, I mean, sometimes you throw a song in and then it's just like game over. Like anybody who sees the cut is like, okay, yeah, we have to get this song. So that happened on The Ranger, and fortunately it also happened on Sacrifice Game as well.
Sacrifice Game went to places I did not expect. I don't like watching trailers as much as I can possibly avoid it. And of course, a lot of film people don't like looking at anything that's going to influence their ideas of what's going to happen. So going in blind, it was very different and special. And I really like where this went. I don't want to, there's someone in the audience over to the side, like, will there be spoilers? And I want to be non-spoilering, but of course, yeah, I'm sure you want me to be non-spoilering.
Yeah, well, if we can avoid spoilers, especially for people watching who haven't seen it yet.
Yes, it went unexpected places that were a nice surprise.
Amazing. I think that going in blind is the best way to watch it, personally. So I'm really happy that that's the experience you had with it.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Were there any issues? Because I said it looked great. It looked like a 70s movie. Were there any issues while you're making it to like, we want to make sure this looks like it's happening in 1971?
I mean, that was the challenge, and that's why I was so excited about. One of the reasons I was excited about making the movie. But something I learned on The Ranger, when we didn't have money at all on The Ranger, but I was like, okay, how do we express 80s dreamland? Like we're shooting in the woods, so we're gonna express that through the costumes and through the props. And I took that into this as well. We're shooting in this old abbey, in this old school that was like, the building was built in the 1800s or something. And how are we expressing the period of 1971? We're doing it through the costumes, the props, and the set dressing. So when you think about it like that, it becomes way more manageable and easier just for everybody to like wrap their minds around.
Yep. A lot of very cool sideburns.
Yeah, lots of sideburns. I was definitely into the sideburns. There was a moment when we were exploring Gus Kenworthy, who plays Jimmy, the groundskeeper. We were exploring different like facial hair looks, and there was a minute when he had a big bushy mustache too. But ultimately, I was like, I think the stash is a bit much, so we removed the stash but kept the sideburns.
Yeah. Now, Chloe from The Ranger is back. Did you write the character for her? With her in mind?
I wrote the very first draft of the script in 2013, so a long time ago before I had met Chloe. But then after The Ranger, I went back into the draft with my partner, who's now my husband. We were writing it together as of 2018. And from that point, I knew that I wanted Chloe to play Rose. So I was certainly like working on the draft with her in mind for that role.
So it was originally like a concept 2013. How different or how much like that original concept is the finished movie?
It's definitely the overall concept is the same, home invasion with supernatural demonic elements set on Christmas. And there's certain key scenes that are the same. The opening, for one, there's a couple dining room scenes that are the same. And I kind of, to Sean, my co-writer, I was like, we have to write around these scenes. I love these scenes too much. Like, we can't touch these scenes. But there are a couple major differences also, which would be spoilers to get into. But certainly Sean brought some ideas that really like opened up the script for me and just made me see it in a different way. And I think gave some of our characters more autonomy and made them more active.
Was it always going to be a Christmas movie?
Yes, 100%. There's just something to being left alone, especially when you're a teenage girl, when you're 14 years old and you're being left alone at your boarding school on Christmas, like your family's deserting you on Christmas. That really like tortures your characters. And of course, we're all in the business of torturing our protagonists. And it just didn't have the same if Thanksgiving, maybe, like spring break, no, Easter, no. Like Christmas is so family oriented, So being deserted by your family on Christmas really felt right for it, right from the beginning. It always felt that way.
And she's so likable. Even that part, I think, it just tugs at me right in the beginning of like, here's this lovely kid who's just trying to, be there, and then there's a bunch of jerk kids. And I'm already sold. I'm like, this kid is awesome. And then there's a weird kid, and it's like, all right, what's going to happen with these two kids? And then there's a nice teacher. Like, what's going to happen? And then it just keeps surprising me.
I realized, like, I was actually thinking about it today. It was my mom's birthday today. So yesterday she was in New York City and we went to a Broadway play and stuff. So anyway, that's why this was top of mind. That when I was 12, my parents sent me to sleepaway camp, and it was my first time in sleepaway camp, and everybody else went to sleepaway camp starting when they were like 6. So they already knew each other. All the girls in my bunk already knew each other. And I was the new kid. And they were such a clique, and I felt so outside of it that there was so much drama, and I was like crying, like begging my parents to pick me up and take me home. And they wouldn't. My parents were like on vacation. They were like, no, Jen, you just have to deal with this. And then I wrote like a mean note to all the girls and was like, you guys are bitches. And then they like excommunicated me from the bunk. And it was like very dramatic. So anyway, I didn't realize how much this event like when I was writing it, I wasn't actively thinking about it, but like certainly this morning I was like, oh damn, that really left a scar on me. And I think that that's what I was trying to grapple with in terms of Samantha and her character and what she's going through. Just that feeling of like feeling totally deserted, and you don't click with anybody in this place, and you're just like forced to be here.
Any inspirations for the for the villains?
I mean, I read Helter Skelter when I was 15 years old, so that was certainly on my mind. Doug, who's played by Laurent Pitre, I was thinking of him as like a young Steve Buscemi, and then we found Laurent, and I was like, wow, you exist. That's so cool. And then Grant, who's played by Derek Johns, I was thinking about young Vincent D'Onofrio. And then we found Derek, and that was really cool. And of course, like these were kind of surface, in our script, they were kind of surface descriptions, but those actors poured like so much life into them, and like really found the nuances and made them their own. And then Jude is obviously like a Manson-esque kind of character. And also somebody pointed out, which I love, and I didn't even realize the influence, but I certainly feel like Heathers was one of my favorite movies ever. So like somebody pointed out Christian Slater from Heathers, and I was like, oh, obviously, yeah, that was probably an influence for sure. And then Maisie, she was like the cool girl, she's the cool girl who prides herself on hanging out with all the boys, like following her around, and she gets by on her like sultriness. But when things are tough, she has to discover self-reliance. So that was a character that Olivia, I think, she hadn't played a villain before, and I think she was really excited to dive into like both parts of Maisie's personality.
Dave Deadman in the chat says, I saw the trailer for this. Looks good. So he's excited to see it. Sweet. And you're on I just saw today that it's on the cover of Fangoria, which is pretty amazing.
Yes. So awesome.
It's like the dream.
And it's so cool because Larry's movie Blackout.
And the Addams Family, who we're also friends with. So it was all people we like. But yeah.
Yeah. And they're all New York filmmakers. Everyone is from the New York area.
Where was the Blackout in Fangoria?
It's on the main image, the werewolf guy.
Which so we got to see Blackout at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival. We couldn't stay the whole time, so we did not get to see Sacrifice Game at Brooklyn. But how did that go over, and what was the festival run like?
Oh, it was incredible. We world premiered at Fantasia. Oh, that's the cover. Yes.
Nice.
we world premiered at Fantasia in July in Montreal, and that was because we shot outside of Montreal. Like, so most of our cast and all of our crew were from Montreal. So that was just like, there's no better way to premiere your movie than to like the people that made it and to their families and friends and everybody. It was just like an incredible experience. And also then we threw an awesome party in a mansion. So that was cool. And then we're so lucky. We really got to play the genre festival circuit. We had our international premiere at Fright Fest in the UK. We played Sitches. We played Telluride, horror show. I went from Spain to Colorado like directly, and it was insane to be like in beach weather 1 minute and then in like mountain weather the next minute. The movie played like over 20 festivals, and I didn't get to go to all of them, but it was just really cool to just like see different reactions and places around the world. And anyway, then we did screenings around the country, and then we went on Shudder last Friday.
I can imagine it's great to watch a movie, you know, on your at home, of course, but I can imagine seeing it on the big screen with people, and not just a big screen, but where you can hear the music all around you. I think that'd be a great experience.
The 5.1 sound is really, I was like trying to get as many people to see it in the theater as possible, just because, you know, you work so hard on the sound nuances. If you can play it in a theater with that kind of projection, it's pretty dope.
And this space you had it in is so big, and I think that being in a large space allows that cavernousness of the building to really be more tangible.
Yeah, thank you, by the way.
Yeah, it was Jamie Hill from Skinamarink.
Thank you, Jamie. We played a theater in Philadelphia that like the walls were kind of in the exact same style as like the walls in our movie, so it kind of felt like the movie was like had reached beyond the screen and was like the whole thing. It was very cool.
How about finding an actual place to film the movie? You know, the setting.
Yeah, so our Canadian producers, Phil Kalin and Albert Malamed, brought Heather Buckley, who's another producer on it, and I to Quebec, and they took us to a bunch of different schools for a location scout. And most of them were like Ivy League schools, but then they brought us to this place, Oka Abbey, and it felt like a castle. It felt like it was out of a fairy tale, and it was like love at first sight. I felt deeply in love, and I was like, this is it, guys. This is the place for it. And we were so lucky that we shot all the school scenes are actually at that school. Like, we didn't have to leave that place for the whole month we were shooting, which, like, you know, when you're making an indie film, if you have to change locations a lot, it can be a drag on the production. But we just got to like stay at that place, like own that school for which is really an abbey, but we call it the school for the full month. It was awesome.
It definitely adds a production value, like because you don't have to leave, like you said, to a bunch of locations. But it, you know, it's obviously a real place. It's not like a set made up to look like an abbey.
And even the opening scene, that suburban house, that was right around the block. So we had our base camp at the school. Like we kept everything there, and then we just went around the block to shoot that scene. It was all very it worked out really well.
Who's in charge of the gore and the effects?
The Blood Brothers are in charge of the blood.
That's a very fitting name, with the Blood Brothers.
The Blood Brothers. They do lots of horror movies in Canada. And then Adrian Moreau, who you might know from Megan and The Whale. He just won an Oscar for The Whale.
Wow.
Him and his team did our prosthetics makeup.
Wow.
So that's how it was split up, like the blood and the special effects, like wind, snow, and all that. And then prosthetics was Adrian Moreau and his team.
How did you find each of those teams?
If our producers, Phil Kalin and Albert Malamed, know the Quebec industry, and they brought them all on. And I was so lucky to get to work with those guys and get to work, like, the whole everybody we worked with in Quebec was awesome. And I got to practice my high school French. So that was fun too.
Parlez-vous français?
Yes, oui.
Oui, oui. That's about all I remember.
Yeah.
And omelette du fromage.
Something about cheese.
Yeah, that's from an episode of Dexter.
I'll also say our AD Pierre Plante was really great at translating for, like, anytime I was in a situation where people were speaking French around me, he was also my translator in addition to being an AD. So I felt very taken care of.
Very helpful.
Yeah. Now I know Heather Buckley was a producer on The Ranger. Some of the new producers, did you meet them like when you were like on the film festival with the Ranger? Like how did you meet them?
Yeah, it was actually, just through introductions. Heather knew Phil and Albert, and we'd all gone to Fantasia like many years in a row, so we kind of knew of each other. And Heather shared the script with them, and then they were excited to dive into it. And then they figured out how to make it happen. And Shudder came on, and Red Sea Media came on, who was our foreign sales team. And it was really cool. And suddenly, you're alone with the script for so long, and then suddenly it's moving, and then there's a family involved. And so it was very cool.
Amazing.
Earlier when you talked about Fangoria, I kind of talked over and you mentioned Larry, so I apologize for that. But Larry Fessenden's Blackouts on the cover along with your film. What's the relationship with Larry Fessenden, and like how important is he to your career?
He's crucial. He might be the reason for my career.
Mm-hmm.
I worked for his company, Glass Eye Pix, from 2013 to 2019. And Larry and also another producer there, Peter Polk, taught me how to make movies. And they gave me the opportunity to make movies, to produce first. I learned how to produce first. I produced 6 features when I was there. And then they were super supportive of The Ranger, and Larry came on as a producer of The Ranger. And Peter is an executive producer of The Sacrifice Game. So, I mean, they just took my interest in learning how to make movies seriously, and they created a very like safe environment, especially when I was starting to produce, and I was like the lead producer on movies like Most Beautiful Island and Darling. I was the one running the show, but if I ran into any issues, they were always there. Like I could always turn to them for support. So I never felt totally on my own. And it's really that kind of like, that's making movies is hard. You need the experience. You need to make movies to know how to make movies. So having that kind of space to get to make movies in was like just incredible. And I'm so grateful for it.
You've heard nothing but amazing things about Larry as like a person that brings up filmmakers.
He's so awesome. And he's an artist. And it was really cool. I got to my first thing that I produced was his ABCs of Death segment in 2013. So that was a short. And we took over city block and like staged a car accident and stuff. So learned a lot from that. And then fast forward to 2018, and I got to produce his feature Depraved, which is his Frankenstein movie.
Huge fan of Depraved.
Yeah. And so it felt it was just a very cool like trajectory getting to do those things. Especially I was such a fan of his movies Habit and Wendigo. So getting to and The Last Winter. So getting to produce Depraved was really special.
How did you get into your film career? How did you start? I've heard this story about being at sleepaway camp with wretched girls. Then you were like into this particular kind of music, and then at 15 stuff started happening. So when were you into, like, what was the timeline of you developing like, I want to make movies?
I mean, the first horror thing I was into was Are You Afraid of the Dark? And that's when I was like 5. And then I was into the late 90s teen slashers like Scream and I Know We Did Last Summer. the faculty and the craft and disturbing behavior and urban legend and all of those movies. That's when I was like, 10 to 13. And then I was diving into like the history of horror and learning, what set those up, like Halloween and Friday the 13th and Suspiria and all those movies. But anyway, really, I went to school for screenwriting, and then I got an internship when I was in college at a company called FearNet, which was owned by Sony and Lionsgate. It was a horror TV channel. It was like Shudder, but before Shudder was a thing. So I got an internship there when I was in college, which then turned into my first real job, which was a marketing coordinator in the marketing department. And while there, that was in LA, I started making short horror films. I was really inspired by the filmmakers that were coming in and working with FearNet. Joe Lynch, for instance, would come in and meet with the head of FearNet, Peter Block, and I was just like a fan of all these guys. And then so I started making these short films, and then I left LA to come to New York, and Peter Block, who, by the way, is like the producer of all the Saw movies and a million other things, The Descent. He introduced me to Larry and to Peter, and that's how I started working for Glass Eye Pix.
Oh. It's interesting because usually people like start in New York and then go to LA. Why did you decide to go to New York?
Because my boyfriend got a job in New York.
It all worked out.
That's the reason why, honestly.
Is that boyfriend the person who's your husband now, or different?
Yes.
Is it? Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. We've been together a very long, we've been together like 13 years now, so it's been a minute.
Yeah, I met both of you at Buffalo, Boston Underground Film Festival.
Yeah, that was so fun. I remember I still have those photos of us like posing with the drinks and stuff.
Yeah, it was the drinks, and it was cool. They set up like, I felt all important because they set up like a little area to do the interviews at the big school there, Harvard Film Institute.
Oh,
and, yeah. Since then, they just like tell me to go do them in the food court. It's not as prestigious, but it's still it's still pretty cool. But yeah, so I mentioned the festivals. How important do you think it is having your movie play at festivals?
Oh, so important, because this is, we're an indie movie. We don't have a huge studio, marketing campaign budget. This is our way of creating buzz and creating word of mouth about the movie. And I would say that that's the approach for all the movies I've been involved with at Glass Eye Pix, and as well as for The Ranger. Like, this is our time. We're going to reach people screening by screening, and the hope is those people will then go tell their friends to check out the movie, and that's how you spread word of mouth. And I wouldn't know if I wasn't allowed to do a festival circuit. I don't think these kinds of movies, or a movie I was involved with that's this kind, would be able to really like find its audience.
Yeah.
Well, for the year or two when we didn't have, you couldn't go to festivals, and the ones that they were virtual. During that period, what was that like for you as, a filmmaker and someone who goes to the festivals?
It was awful. COVID was awful. COVID was awful for everybody for many, many reasons.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make this movie like way earlier than I would have liked to shoot this in like 2020 if we could have. In some ways, I'm happy we weren't able to, only because our actresses, who I love so much and who are the movie, wouldn't have been old enough to play these roles. So things work out, I guess, the way that they're supposed to. I'm not talking about COVID. Fuck COVID. That never happened.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Just in terms of a movie's life. The movie happens when it's supposed to happen. COVID was a very lonely time, and all I did and my husband did this was like our little pet project. We just like worked on this together to try to keep some form of sanity while we were locked in our apartment for 2 years.
Yeah.
So he is also into the film Is that his thing, or is that something he just helped you with? He's like, I'll help you out, Jen. Let's do this.
He usually does like his name's Sean Redlitz. He usually does he's worked for many TV channels. He usually does like marketing and press and social and those kinds of things. But we did meet at FearNet, and then he's worked at places like CNN and Bravo and Sci-Fi and other places. But then he also worked at Shudder. And now he's at another company called CineReach. But anyway, that's all to say that he is a horror fan, and horror is part of our relationship. Like our first date was seeing The Shining together at the Egyptian in LA. So horror has been like a core part of our bonding as a couple. And but this was the first, we bounce ideas off of each other all the time, but this was the first project that we like actively shared the final draft file and we're passing it back and forth.
So that could be like a make or break of a relationship, is having a creative project together and being like, all right, then now I know you a little bit better, and maybe don't like all these things.
It's
But
true. It could have gone one way or the other. It went in the way where now we're married, so I guess that worked out. But it could have gone the other way.
Yeah. I like that story too. If someone's not necessarily a horror movie fan and they're like, we got married while making this movie, and then they would watch the movie and they'd be like, oh, okay, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, we were in post for this movie when we got married. So.
Wow.
So
that's a lot going on at once. I don't know how big your wedding scenario was. Some people keep it small, some people it's a huge production. And if you're doing like a big wedding and making a film, that seems like a lot.
It was a lot. It was a lot. I was like in Canada doing post, and then for a couple of weeks Sean had to kind of like oversee the things for the wedding, and then he was like, can you come back now and can we work on our wedding together? So then I had to take a break from post to go to the wedding, but anyway, it all worked out. It was good.
Yeah. So home invasion, what are some of your favorite home invasion movies? Not your favorite home invasions.
Oh my god, Last House on the Left was certainly an influence for this. I think You're Next is awesome. Home Alone 2, Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
Okay, yeah.
Home Alone 2 count? It's like a hotel. I don't know if that counts. But Home Alone counts, and I'm just like inspired by the Christmas element. What are more home invasion
movies? So it counts for everything.
What's that?
Tim Curry's in Home Alone too, so it just covers. It's just an automatic yes.
I actually think that like Home Alone is so smart. It is a home invasion movie, and it's so smart to make it like for kids and to make it fun. Mm-hmm. The Strangers is great. I don't know. What are more?
I don't know if people consider the Hot Tension is a really good movie. I know it starts as a home invasion, but really expands from that.
Funny Games,
yep.
Funny Games, both I love them both. I love both versions. I don't think you need to choose. I think you can just enjoy and see the
different films. There's same name, same stuff, but you can enjoy both at the same time.
Totally.
And how about favorite Christmas horror movies? Because I have a soft spot for Christmas horror, even like the really terrible ones I enjoy. So, and there's so many. It seems every year there's many more. But
so I was first of all, Black Christmas, of course, and that was totally an influence on this. And then I was just thinking, and Krampus is great. I was just thinking today, like, because I feel like I've been answering with a lot these kinds of questions with a lot of horror Christmas, but like Eyes Wide Shut is actually one of my legit favorite Christmas movies of all time.
Oh, wow.
And also that movie, The Silent Partner, is that what it's called?
I've not seen that. I don't think.
It's really good. I only saw that once, and I was like, oh, I want to rewatch that this holiday season.
I will want to watch it. I'm gonna write it right now.
But I would say probably top Christmas movie ever is Eyes Wide Shut.
Interesting. That's not one I hear a lot, so I like that it's a different answer.
I also love that it's so, like, I don't know. I think the sexual politics of it are pretty simplistic in terms of like what's the motivation for both of those characters, which is just like monogamy. Monogamy is why we feel the way we're feeling. But even despite that, I just think it's such a beautiful movie.
And you also said you don't want to make a 70s horror movie. And I think so many people talk about 80s horror, and nothing against 80s horror, but I prefer 70s horror myself. But what is it about 70s horror? Not even necessarily your favorite ones, but what is it about horror films from the 70s?
I think that there's just like a rawness to a lot of 70s horror. There's that's scary. Obviously, if you think of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that's like totally just raw and just feels like dirty and gritty.
Yeah.
And there's obviously
feels like you shouldn't really be watching it.
Yeah, but even with the more mainstream, like The Exorcist, which was a mainstream movie at the time, it still feels like there's a grittiness and a dirtiness, and everything's been. I mean, Sacrifice Game, I think is. I'm not saying the Sacrifice Game is gritty and dirty, because it's not. I think of the Sacrifice Game as like Last House on the Left by way of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So please don't think that I'm trying to say that Sacrifice Game is gritty or whatever. But there is something about 70s horror that feels like it feels like horror became, as it went into like blockbuster territory in the 80s, it became, even if it was still continued to be scary, it still became kind of sanitized. And also as technology advanced and everything, that also made it all feel more clean. And yeah.
It's not as polished or overproduced, I think, which I always bring this up. But so we went to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre at a 35 millimeter, very bad print, and it actually really added to the movie. And then we went to see it at the same theater, and it was a restored digital version, and like it actually was a lot worse, I thought, because it was like really bright and it looked nice, but that didn't help the movie.
Yeah, the atmosphere, it just like the grittiness adds to the atmosphere of it all, and the realism, like, oh, this could have really happened.
Yeah.
And I think those movies, like you mentioned, The Exorcist, it does show like the textures, right? The textures are a big thing. Like you could think about being in his little crusty apartment and being in the nursing home mom is at, and all of these different places, and going from these, places where people are basically in poverty, and then here's this nice woman's beautiful place and all the party. And so I feel like there's a lot of textural stuff in the 70s.
Totally. Yeah, and the film grain and everything, obviously, because everything's being shot on film. Which it was continued to be shot on film in the 90s, but still. I guess this is also, the time when independent filmmaking was becoming a thing, and the technology was there for people to be able to work outside the studio system. So you're starting to see a lot more of that than you were seeing before that.
Dean said that,
and yet pre-VHS, like pre the VHS texture making.
I agree with Jen's. Yeah, Dean's a good man. This was a little earlier, but Dave says, when I meet someone I'm interested in, if they don't like horror, keep walking, lady.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I become a little suspicious if somebody tells me they don't like horror. I'm like, okay, but there's some weird dark thing about you, and if it's not horror, what is it exactly?
That makes it worse, right? Yeah.
I love here. What do you?
Yeah.
So I know it's on Shudder right now, but which people should go watch on Shudder. But is there ever going to be a physical release for the Sacrifice Game?
We hope so. That is something we are actively working towards. I can't say for sure yet. I'll just say that for The Ranger, we worked towards that, and we got it, and we got on Blu-ray and DVD and VHS. We lunch meat VHS VHSs, and we also got a novelization, and we got a vinyl, and we Ed Kurtz wrote the novelization for The Ranger. And anyway, we want to do all of that kind of stuff and more for the Sacrifice Game. So fingers are crossed, and there's conversations being had. So we'll see.
The novelization, that's very interesting because during COVID, I went through a lot of audiobooks and actually listened to a lot of novelizations that I really didn't even know existed. And they're their own thing, and it's kind of a lost art. Like people don't really do them anymore, but it used to be like every movie got one. So I think that's very cool.
But what's interesting is you were listening to audiobooks of the novelization.
Yes.
So we never did it. I don't think we ever did an audiobook of it, but we obviously have to. And we should obviously have the Ranger read the audio.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Maybe he's listening out there, Jeremy.
Maybe Jeremy is interested in that.
Yeah, it's interesting because I met Jeremy from through the Ranger, and he was just getting that was his first taste of horror and like the convention or festival world, and now he's like totally into it. He loves the festivals and loves
he's making horror movies constantly. It's so cool. He put out like at least three horror movies this year alone, with like Brooklyn, Bird, Black Mold, like crazy.
Mm-hmm. And he's good in all of them too. So.
It's great.
Yeah, you discovered him in the horror world.
You visit Mr. Robot and House of Cards before he launched us, but
those little known things. What were you about to say, Annabelle? Sorry.
I was going to ask about, you've got so much stuff going on right now, and sometimes creators have lots of other things going on in the works in their mind of what's next, what's the next story.
I'm attached to a paranoid sci-fi thriller, which I'm really excited about. So we'll see, post holidays, we'll see what happens with that. And then we're just writing different things. I'm working with a couple of different writing partners on things, and we're, who knows, but certainly Sean and I always are talking about if there's a way to extend the Sacrifice Game universe. Mm-hmm. So we'll see.
Interesting. Yeah. We don't want to spoil anything, but I would be very interested to see, a follow-up. Would it stay in the 70s? Would you like skip decades or like?
I think there's a couple ways to approach it. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know yet, just yet. We'll see. But I love this world, and I love these characters, and I certainly want to keep hanging out with them.
There should be a graphic novel.
Oh yeah.
Because this, to me, like the idea of any kind of continuation, I think about like the richness of graphic novel, like the intensity. And I kind of, now looking back at it, it does have the very graphic novel, like punches of new, exciting, unexpected things happening.
Thank you for saying that, because aesthetically, I always wanted it to feel like a graphic novel-y, fairy tale-esque, like young adult fiction, like, and same thing with the Ranger. I wanted to feel very comic booky. This I was thinking graphic novel, just a little bit more depth than the way I was thinking about the Ranger. So that's really cool that you just said that.
I feel really cool that was what was going on.
Yeah. On that idea, do you storyboard your movies?
I do, but my storyboards are pretty impossible to understand. Like, they're really just for myself to clarify my thoughts. However, on this movie, we were able to have a couple of our sequences, and I won't go into them too specifically, but we had a couple sequences that were complicated, where we had a storyboard artist come in, and I shared my bad sketches with him, and then he made them look good. And then everybody was able to get excited about what we were doing because they were able to see his beautiful art. So
that's really
one
cool.
of the scenes was the car. There's a car scene that happens in like the first act. So one of the scenes was that one, and then one of the scenes was a scene towards the end of the movie.
Was there a big table involved in that scene?
It's actually later than that.
So what's the feedback like been for the Sacrifice Game?
So far, so good. It's been pretty amazing, especially when we were screening it in theater, in like festivals and stuff. My favorite response is when somebody says that, like, oh, this is a movie they wish they had when they were 13 years old. Because I'm like, yes. And my personal dream is to have this movie be a gateway horror drug for like kids, for especially for girls. You know, like I said before, when I was 10, I was watching Scream and all those movies, and those were my gateway horror. And my hope is that this could be that for a kid now.
Yeah. When you were that age, how did other people react to you being into horror movies?
My mom hated it, and I think that's why I liked it so much, because it was like rebellion. And then I was just like the girl in school that was like, hey guys, let's hang out during recess and try to like call the corners and like do light as a feather, stiff as a board. I was like, let's go hang out in the graveyard after school and like have a seance. Like I was that person. So, you know, and it's also a time when you're like 10 to 12 years old or whatever, it's kind of like reality and imagination are very fluid. So I feel like I was convincing myself that some of these things were actually possible. I was in that headspace.
Yes. Like you said, the stiff as a board, light as a feather. Yes. I think there's a few out there that were like, it's going to happen. If I believe in it, it will work.
I remember my friends and I at a sleepover party were doing it, and there were probably like, I don't know, 8 girls, and we were all carrying one girl, and we picked her up like to our shoulders, and we were like, oh my God, this is amazing, guys, we're doing it. But it's like, I don't know, how much do 10-year-olds weigh? Like,
I don't know,
70 pounds or something?
A lot.
Right.
And there's like 8 girls doing it, so obviously we're gonna lift the person. Like, it's not that hard. But we were like, oh, it's magic, we're doing magic.
Yeah. No, I think it was the magic. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you said your mom hated it. Does she watch your movies now?
She does.
Okay.
And she's like, oh, they're not that bad. It's not that bad. And I do think
a compliment. They're not that
it's her
bad.
gateway to horror movies. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, like Sean's mom also watched it, and she's not a horror person. She watched it, and she too was like, "Oh, okay, I could take that." So I don't know. I think it's accessible to people. There's like, if anybody listening is going to share it with your parents or children over Christmas, like there is gore and there is violence, so please know that. But besides that, like it's kind of heartwarming and it's kind of a family movie if you brush aside the blood and stuff. Yeah.
Watching a movie with my mom would be different, because that's why I watch horror movies, was because she just took me to them. But
she liked horror.
Yeah, big horror. The first movie I have a memory of seeing was Night of the Living Dead when I was like 5 or something.
Nice. How about you, Annabelle?
No, my family, I was definitely the oddball. I liked different, my parents would read Stephen King, but they didn't watch horror movies. And so I was sneaking Stephen King. There'd be like Stephen King books laying around. I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was watching Stephen King movies that were on TV in the middle of the day on Saturdays. So I went from like Stupid Babysitter's Club to Stephen King.
Yes.
Great. Yeah. And then that was just, they do not understand.
Yeah, but they didn't
at the time. It was like they were kind of more nerd than horror person, which is fine, but I was always kind of like a little off to the side.
They weren't watching Stephen King movies?
Yeah, they would, but they were more like action-y, like Aliens, which is horror, but also very action-y.
Yeah.
But here I am today. It's a whole new world.
Yeah.
People will argue if it. Well, I guess Aliens is definitely more action, but Alien would definitely be more horror, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Aliens still has.
Yeah, it's got giant monsters eating people and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will say that's always annoying to me when people want to like actually argue over what genre something is. I'm gonna check it out this weekend for sure. Caught my eye when Shudder was streaming some trailers.
Thank you, Dave. I hope you dig it.
Yeah. And so where can people follow you to see what you're up to or your films?
So I'm on Instagram and my name is @bubblegumandblood. And the Sacrifice Game is also on Instagram, and it's at the Sacrifice Game.
That's easy to find. Yeah.
Great name.
Yes, and Sacrifice Game is playing on Shudder, but it's also on AMC Plus.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's what I switched to AMC Plus. It's a good deal for people interested. You get Shudder and IFC, and you get a lot of stuff. So they're not paying me, but I like the setup. Yeah. And I did want to mention, I mentioned this a few times when we've done previous interviews, but you filmed The Ranger and Hunter Mountain. And I had mentioned a bunch of times that's where I did the stone carving. This is who I was stone carving with, was Annabelle.
This is the one that forced Neil to go stone carving.
That's so cool. On
Neil, you inspire people. You got to do it. You're going to inspire people.
Amazing.
They're like, even if this idiot can do it, I can do it too. Yeah.
That's awesome.
But yeah, no, it's a good time.
Amazing. And you're in New York. Oh, you should go. Do you know the movie Basket Case?
Yes.
Okay, the guy who plays the actual human man, who's the twin of the grotesque twin, he's the person that does it. So this actor became a professional stone sculptor. And now every summer he runs, it's a week or 2 weeks, depending on the funding for the year. And he just has this giant generator and all of these power chisels with freaking airlines all over the place, and you just carve. He teaches you, here's what you do, and then you're just carving stones
for 2 weeks
for free. It's a week, 2 weeks. He always takes Sundays off, which frustrates me because if you're coming for a weekend, Sunday is part of the weekend. But it is what it is. He's doing it
and you don't have to be there the whole time. You can just go for a day, or as long as
you do you have to get your own hotel, or does he like provide a cabin for you?
He does not provide a cabin. That would be awesome. I will say that one time in the past few years, I went to an amazing campground, and I like camping, so I loved it. It was beautiful. It was like the whole picture. But it's a wonderful place. It's beautiful, and it's a lot of fun.
It's on Hunter Mountain.
It's do you know where Tannersville is?
Yeah.
It's at their town hall. There is. If you went to the town hall today and you look to the side of the parking lot, there's a bunch of giant boulders, like probably about the size of a small car, a few of them, and they're all carved. Because you can either carve on a stone, like a portable stone you can take with you, or you can carve on one of these giant boulders, and then it's just there. It's amazing.
That actually sounds like something Jeremy Home would also enjoy.
Oh,
I feel like we should have a little field trip.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll have to make it out for that. Yeah. Yeah, because I have a Frankenstein monster that's on the boulder and he's not quite finished. So someday I want to go and finish him.
Oh, yeah.
Someday. It's usually like late summer, early fall. It's excellent.
Cool.
Yes. Send you the name of what it is. Just the only carving seminar.
So I do want to mention Facebook user asks, where is this streaming? That's actually Aaron Broyles. I can see his name over here. Shudder. Watch the Sacrifice Game on Shudder, which is also part of AMC Plus. So either way. All right. Very good. Well, it was awesome to have you back on. Well, actually, you've never been on the regular show. So.
No, only the Boston Underground.
Yeah.
Version of it.
Right. And then I met you at Fright Fest.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys for having me on. This is so cool. I feel like I'm lacking in Christmas decorations though. Like, so
you're doing better than me. You've at least got a wall.
Yeah, it's very Christmassy, a wall. Yeah. Everyone knows brick walls at Christmas time. But yeah. I like the brick wall. But anyway, it was great to have you, and let's do it again sometime.
Thank you so much. And thanks everyone out there listening. Thank you for listening.
All right.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everyone. We're going to play a tune, and we'll be back here momentarily.
Bye for now.
Bye.
But it's falls. He laughs as they fall to the ground where they lay. They should have behaved. Why, Grandma's why? She's begging and please. Don't leave me alone. Bring me back to me. She screams and starts to bawl as she tries to recall how things turned out this way. Why couldn't they behave? Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them
All right, we're back here, and it's still us. Demian will be joining us momentarily, and it was great to talk to Jenn.
Yeah, Jen was great. Your hat, I'm sorry, dude. I put it in the chat. It's so like right now I have a window. Well, then I'll just have to cover all of you. 'Cause I have a window over the okay, enough of that. Hello.
Hello, we're back here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm still Nasty Neil.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Demian Rugna, writer and director of When Evil Lurks, which is maybe it's the feel-good movie of the holiday season.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, it's good to have you here.
Good night. Well, my English is not so good, but I hope everything gonna be funny, I guess.
Yeah, we'll work it out. Well, thank you for doing the show. So what's the inspiration for When Evil Lurks?
Oh, there's a lot of inspiration. I guess it's a couple of ideas that I had during a couple of years. First of all is the idea of the rodent body, the rodent guy who is possessed, came from the people from, I guess it's around the world, but more in Argentina, the pesticides are killing people, are making a lot of disaster in poor people who live inside the country with plantations. And the idea of, that probably a family living in the poverty with this surrounding, with this pesticide, and I thought, why not, instead of cancer, bring the idea to this family to a possessed, a demon. It was an inspiration for the rodent, and obviously the movie, the idea of the fascism is growing around the world, everywhere. Came in my mind when I wrote this kind of possession, this kind of demon, viral demon, which get in your head and push you to do something against yourself.
Mm.
It was some kind of inspiration for me. Obviously, at the same time, a couple of years ago, I had a neighbor beside my house which has a breed of this kind of dogs you saw in the movie. My neighbor and their dogs inspire me too.
Wow, I had no idea. But what you've just said gives me a whole new appreciation for this movie. I love the movie. It's amazing. And not having known that, now I definitely want to watch it again to have that perspective. It's so sad. That's very sad to hear.
Yeah, I choose to do not be too explicit
Yeah.
in that movie. I prefer you to scare you and tell you a good story. But yes, obviously that inspired me. But I wasn't it's so explicit in the movie. I prefer to make a horror movie. I mean, I prefer you thinking, "Oh, this motherfucker scared me a lot," but obviously you have a couple of more levels in the movie when you know where it come from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I mean, all the people I know who've seen it love it. And I'm sure you've been hearing that a lot, that this movie is, I mean, this is not a movie that's gonna to leave anytime soon. This is something that's gonna be in people's minds. It's exceptional.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it works around the world, and which is weird because it's an Argentina movie with subtitles, and it works everywhere, which is good. Yeah, I'm very proud to connect new people with my work.
Yeah. Saying that, were you? How did you get the theatrical release, and were you surprised that you got a theatrical release in the United States?
Well, because Shudder Bob was part of the production. They are co-producer, and when they saw the movie, they said, "This is gonna be the Halloween movie for us," and they made all the work. I just wait and receive the good news. But yes, it's because Shudder AMC they did it.
Yeah, Annabelle and I saw it in Boston, and it was awesome to see on the big screen.
Yeah, it's weird because it was we did in 670 theaters in the state, which is a lot for an Argentina movie. A movie, and but we didn't have publicity. I mean, all the publicity was because of you, because of all the people who got the movie in festivals. Or, but yeah, probably you have a lot of theaters, but without people because people didn't know the movie exists. Which, but anyway, it was a really good experience. I mean, AMC was really happy with the release in the States, so I'm happy too.
Yeah. A lot of people here in the chat. Grande Demian from Rivera.
But I know him. He's a big fan.
Oh, he's yeah, that's very good. We had a question on Facebook here. Dobbs wants to know: was it difficult to work with kids, considering how graphic your movie was?
How it's working with them, or why I choose to do what I did.
I guess either way. You could, yeah.
Yeah, both are interesting.
It was really hard, but not because of the kids. It's because of the regulation to work with them. I don't know what happened in the States. I guess it's the same or similar, but it was really, really hard to work with people with kids in Argentina, because of the regulation, is it's not allowed to work with them because they are we need to have a permission, and it means to reduce the hours per day, for 4 hours per day during 3 days, not consecutive days, which means a lot of effort, a lot of work with the production. When we design the movie, we design the plan to work to make a movie. And but anyway, it works. And yes, in the movie you saw probably a lot of crimes. I don't know if everyone saw the movie. I don't want to spoiler, but I be hard with them. I know. I recognize that. Sorry, but they deserve. They are demons.
No, I also saw Terrified, and you're not afraid to break some taboos. I think have kids and maybe
I'm
animals.
making a horror movie.
I agree. Yeah.
I grow the story. I said, if I have the chance to be free making horror movie, why not? Why not? I'm making horror movie for a horror audience. I'm not making a horror movie for teenagers. Anyway, teenagers love my movie, so which is good. But that's the point. I'm trying to be honest with me and what I want to see in the movie, a horror audience. So it means dog killing a little girl. Why not?
And it's not exploitation movie. It's just part of an excellent story. There's some things that would use children and it would just be almost like funny, but I feel like you just have such an amazing story, and this is just part of that story in a very believable way. Like, hopefully nothing like this is going to happen, but it feels very real.
Thank you, Annabelle. Look, I always said the same. It not depend of how I show the violence in the movie or how many violence are in the movie. I'm worried to make a good story. I worry to give you a story which you don't know what is going to happen in the next 5 minutes all the time. And if it works, I guess it is my goal. Obviously, the violence and the shocked moment are part of my story, but I'm betting to the not be only recognized for this scene, is instead of that for the movie, for entire movie. And it works because I realize there's a big audience which do not like the horror movies and love my movie. That means, okay, it is not for the violence, it is not for the shocked moment. It is because the story works.
It's very rich.
Yeah. And everyone plays it very serious, the movie, which I think really sells the fantasy elements or the horror elements, because it's not tongue in cheek at all. It's, everyone is playing like this is very real and very grim movie.
Yeah, I choose. I would say I love the comedies. Evil Death is one of the inspiration of this movie. But I when I make horror, I try to make it plausible. I guess it's plausible, the word in English. I don't know.
Yes.
But trying to make it real, because if you believe in the situation, you believe in the actors, if you believe in the dialogues, probably I got you. If I got you, I will make you. I will make you pass a bad moment.
It was amazing. Not that just used children, but you had a child who I believe was autistic. And that a lot of times people won't portray anyone with any kind of disability because, again, people think, well, then that's exploitation of a person. but this was just another real human character. I mean, there's more to it than that.
Yeah, I guess the audience have this trip with the characters because they believe in the characters, and the characters are represent us in the deep. Because I guess more from me that I'm Argentinian and the movie is 100% Argentinian. But I guess in some way, all the people around the world who love this movie recognize themselves in those characters, how they live, how they interact with this dysfunctional family, how they they struggle to keep showing in the bad moments, but they have a lot of troubles problems that is not the demon that they are handed them. They have a lot of problems, and we as normal people we have it too.
Now, had you worked with the lead before, Ezekiel?
The sequel,
Yeah.
I never thought the sequel because when I finished, I hate the movie. I didn't see the movie during 9 months until we have the premiere, the release in Toronto and in the festival, because it was a lot of work. You cannot imagine how I worked in this movie. But obviously, people love the movie. People are pushing me to expand the universe. Producers are pushing me to expand the universe, which means, okay, producers, audience, I guess I need to make a sequel. I hope to do it.
That
I
would
don't know
be.
when. I don't know when, but
It sounds like that will be painful. And I will be so glad if you do it because sometimes there'll be a wonderful, amazing story, and then it becomes other people's property, and then it changes. So I hope you.
yeah, well, it probably could happen.
Mhm.
But the point is, AMC asked me, Shudder asked me what I want to do with the movie, which I be very proud about that question, because they want me to make another one, and they give me the chance to have the priority to expand my own universe, which is sounds weird, but yes. And we are in conversation, trying to know what is the best deal, what is the best option. There's a lot of studios which they are trying to buy the right for remakes and franchise. It's easy to guess that, but at the same time, we are trying to know what is the correct step. It is necessary to have a remake of this movie.
Oh, remake. So is there talks of like an English version remake? I don't think it's needed because I think this totally works. But
No. Do you know how many movies come over from? I mean, if it's gonna sell, then it is what it is. But there's so many movies that come from places other than non-English speaking countries, and almost universal. Like it's like, well, why? These originals are so amazing, and then they just change it. Like there's Japanese movies that they decide they're very profitable and they bring them, and they're just never quite catch it. And at the same time, I'm sure it doesn't hurt having having the income come in from it like an English version of a film. So, and it makes it more accessible. There are some people who just are going to be that person who doesn't want to read subtitles.
It does seem like it's more accessible for people to watch movies today with subtitles. I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that would be a hard decision. What's that decision like for you if they did come to you? We want to do an English remake of it. What would be the pluses and minuses for you?
I won't be the director for a remake of this movie. I suffer a lot, enough. But I hope to, if there's somebody who made this movie for in English language, I will push to keep the script as is it. I will push to keep to do not change a lot, because I guess it works. And sometimes when you see a remake, the new writers and the new people who take the remake change a lot, because they think it's necessary to change because to give something different. I'm not that guy. I'm not that kind of. I guess if you choose to make a remake of something, obviously it's good to have a new vision, but keep the good thing, keep the structure. That's what I think.
Yeah, because I do think like the English language remake of Let the Right One In is a good movie, and
Yeah.
that's and it's almost
Yeah.
there's a lot of the same scenes.
I've been talking with the producer of that movie. They made a really good job with the remake, but they have no success. And I asked them, why you think it hasn't good success? And he told me because the rhythm of that European movie is not the same rhythm that the American audience want, and that's why, because they made a really good remake, it doesn't work with the audience. I mean, with theater. I mean, with the commercial movement, which is, well, you don't know what is, who has the correct decision. Yeah, because probably if I did that movie, I will make the same, and I made a mistake.
It sounds very scary. If
Yeah.
it was me, I'd be. I'd want to
Puppy
make
says,
that choice.
yeah, Puppy says, I can't wait to see more of your work, Demian. You make great things. She said earlier she's a big fan of Terrified in the chat here.
Yeah, you must go with my in my site, DemianRugna.com, and you will find my previous work to watch. There's English subtitles, so for the moment you can do that. You can do that, because I don't know when I will shoot a new movie.
That's wonderful. I will be going to that website myself.
Yeah.
It's
So
great.
you mentioned the premiere at Toronto. Did you get to go there? Were you at Toronto to see the premiere? So what was that experience like?
Well, it was incredible. After 9 months without watch my movie, the audience with beautiful people. I mean, it was in Mind and Madness. Peter Kulkowski, great guy, and all the people there was incredible. I saw the movie with Viggo Mortensen in front of me, jumping all the time and laughing all the time. Incredible, because one of the biggest inspiration of Evil Lurks was the role, his movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie and a great book. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I was in the hotel, I crossed him. I found him in the elevator, and I said, I started to work with him because he lived in Argentina and he speaks Spanish fluently as an Argentinian, and we talked around 10 minutes of soccer, and I forgot to say, your movie inspired my movie. You must go. When I realized, when I back to my room and realized, oh my God, I've been talking of soccer with Viggo Mortensen. I don't. Your movie inspired me. I talked with the press of the movie, and they called with his press, and then they invited him to the premiere, which came.
That's amazing. If you've never read the book, The Road, it's fantastic too. It's even darker than the movie.
Great. I will book it.
It's funny you mentioned soccer because Dobbs did ask, and I wasn't going to ask, but since you brought up, do you watch football, soccer, and if so, what club do you support?
My club is Vélez Sarsfield. I'm a big, huge fan of soccer. I made a piracy transmission in Twitch with all the match in the World Cup. I was the I don't know how to say the in English, but the guy who talked what is going to happen.
Oh, like a commentator?
Commentary, yeah.
Yeah.
My partner was the actor of the movie of the Evil Lurks, Ezequiel Rodriguez, and yeah, I'm a very big fan of soccer.
Dean
Have you ever
Mental, too.
played?
Sorry.
Have you played soccer?
Yeah,
As
all
a
my
kid?
life.
Yeah.
All my life I play soccer, but the last 2 years I don't abandon it, but I don't play during the last 2 years. But all my life, yes.
So, who is in charge of the effects and the gore in When Evil Lurks? Because everything looks amazing.
Yeah, the all the practical effect was made by Marcos Berta Studio, which he was with me in Terrified also, and the visual effect was made by the VFX Andres Borghi, which is a really good director also. Yeah, we made a good team. We work a lot. But yeah, they are great. They are really great artists. Marcos Berta has in his Instagram. You can take a look. He's a great man.
How long did it take to get the poor guy in the bed who's throughout the movie in the it looks like that would take forever to get that poor man in that.
Well, actually, it was a puppet with
okay.
four people making the movement inside the body with sticks and cables. And the face of that guy was a mix between practical effects and VFX.
Wow.
Wow, the VFX really blended into the movie. Like you can't tell. Like there's a lot of VFX in the movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of VFX, but the point is you cannot realize because it looks like all practical, which talk good about the visual effects when you do not realize what is true and what not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the sound also helps. There's a lot of gross sounds during a lot of the gore, which helps sell all the gross stuff that's going on.
Yes, Pablo Isola was the sound designer. I made all my movies. I have 6 movies, and I made all my movies with him. And by another hand, Pablo Fu was the musician, and he made an incredible music. And he's a really good talent.
Both Terrified and When Evil Lurks are very grim. They're very dark and not like fun-loving movies. Are your other films the same way?
Well, the previous movie before Terrified was a black comedy with a monster. I mean, it talks about the horror movies, but it is a black comedy, absurd, grotesque. And previous of that, I made a Cursus Bastard, which mixed a lot of subgenre inside one film because it is a triptych. It's 3 different stories, and you can see there gore, you can see there comedy, you can see ghost, a lot of mix of subgenre. And my first movie was The Last Gateway. It's more like, well, it was my first movie. I was young, but I guess it's more like this one, not too grim, not too grim. It's more funnier, but it's an Lovecraft movie,
Oh, wow.
Lovecraftian movie, I guess.
I'm interested to check that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see your movies, and as you're talking about them, I'm thinking, I don't know if you know how I think that you are going to be huge, 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 like one of the names of horror cinema. You're going to
Thanks.
be there. Absolutely. I was thinking about when we were talking about making a translation, a remake into English, and how well movies do. And then I thought of when you brought up Vigo about Crimes of the Future, and how Crimes of the Future did not do that great. And I think that's just across the board in America, that there are more artful stories tend to not do as well across the board. Is it about, that it's a translation piece? I don't think so. I think that just the broad American audience is showing up for, Marvel movies and not artful movies, if that makes sense. So I think it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm agree.
Mm.
But I don't know what is going to happen with me. It happened. I've been working with Guillermo del Toro in 2018, and I
Mhm.
thought that, okay, this is my chance. I will be famous. It's my opportunity. I will work in Hollywood. Blah blah blah, and nothing happened. I mean, pandemic, COVID came and
Mhm.
destroyed my plan. I grow, and I don't know. I guess I love the idea to make the movie that I want to make. Even in the last 3 months, I've been talking with 15, 20, I don't know, studios and people, executives who love Evil Lurks, and they want to work with me. And I told them, okay, now I have the chance to say, I want to make a horror movie that I want to make. I don't want to make franchise. I don't want to make a movie for horror movie for all wide audience.
Yeah.
And I guess I have my style. People knows me because of Terrified. People know me now because of Evil Lurks. Obviously, I love the money, but I don't know. I want to make a movie that inspire me, that
Mm.
make me wake up early morning to work and feel that I'm not working, that feel I'm playing.
Mm.
That's why I don't know if the system gonna take my ideas,
Mhm.
uh, but I will try to make it possible.
Well, I will say when Evil Lurks, I've seen over like the last month or two, word of mouth is really spreading. People talk a lot about it. A lot of people say it's like the best horror movie of the year,
Yeah.
which we'll be doing our best horror
agree.
movies in a couple weeks, and I'm
I
sure it's
agree.
on both our lists. But it's nice to see because we went to see it, and then to see more people really discovering it and really loving it.
Yes, yes, all the time. Now we are starting to have a release in Latin America in theaters,
Oh,
and at the same time we are moving to Europe in
mhm.
theaters. We are in Asia, uh, which is really weird for me because uh, I I don't know how is this. I used to make movies that fails. It is my first movie that has this kind of release in theaters around the world. And I remember it's in an independent movie. It's not in a big studio. It's
Mm.
a small movie. What this, which means the movie has more value because of that. Because
Yes.
there's not a machine spending money to make it famous.
Mhm.
This movie is famous because of you, because of the people who love movies, because they
Yes.
are talking about that.
Yeah, what you said too about not making a movie for like a wide audience. Like if you took When Evil Lurks and you're like, well, let's make it a little more lighthearted. Let's take out, some of the gross stuff, the gore. Let's take out some of the stuff with animals and kids. What would it be? It would be fine, but it wouldn't be as powerful as it is. And I think that comes through to people, uh, like all of us who want to see, we just want to see a good horror movie, and it's much different than most of the things we see. And I think when people really spend the time trying to like, let's make this like appeal to everybody, then it doesn't really appeal to anyone at some point.
Yeah, it is. It is not a commercial movie, but it works as a big commercial movie.
Mm.
Probably it's because the horror audience is waiting something like this. They are trying to find something like this all the time around the world in a horror uh, panorama. Um, but yes, I guess I want to make movies for all other people, but I don't
Sure,
I
sure.
don't think I don't think the studio thing that my movies are for all audience. But obviously, first at all, my goal, my point is make a good movie for all the people. I love to share the movie around the world. No, I'm not an author, and it's not movie as an author, but I have my vision,
Mm.
and I guess it can live. I mean, it can live my vision with the audience. That is the what we saw with this movie.
Mhm.
In this
Um,
movie, I think being this independent, here you are, an independent creator from the outside who's made it to these major distributors. This is like the dream of the independent horror filmmaker, is to be able to make something that is true to them, and brings in the people that they want to bring in, not people who are assigned to be there, people you choose. So it's very inspirational. You are achieving, and you've achieved your own dream, I'm sure, for yourself, just getting to this point.
yes, yes, it's like a dream. My first dream was get to live, to pay my taxes, to pay my food, making movies. This was my first goal, and it took me around 16 years of career. After 4 movies, I could do it after Terrified, and now looking at me, uh, having the big prize of Sitges Festival and make a movie, an independent movie around the world in theaters, with a lot of people who are interested in watching this podcast, you talking with me. This is too weird for me. Um, yeah, honestly, because I'm not paying for this.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not. As I told you, this is not a machinery which is spending money in press. It's spending money in promotion. No. It is a big goal for an independent filmmaker.
What kind of movies made you interested in horror films?
Well, I'm interested in horror movie since I was 8, 9 years old, which in that time you don't have a lot of memory, but obviously The Exorcist, Critter, Gremlins, all the movies in the 80s, in the blockbuster movie, in VHS. Um, you can imagine all the movies, John Carpenter's movies, Sam Raimi movie, Paul Verhoeven movies. Um, I mean, I guess I have 44 years old. I guess all the 80s movie of the horror genre inspired me, and I love the genre since I was a child. But the one there exists one movie that changed me forever was Friday 13 Part 3,
Oh,
because
Dream
it was
Warriors.
my first experience with a um, lot of gore, with
Oh,
extreme violence. I don't know if I had 9 years old. When I saw that movie, I said, "Yes, this is incredible. I want to make that," and I made comic books, writing, drawing during all my when I was teenage.
Yeah, and I think that's the one where that's like a lot of people's favorite sequel in that franchise. And I always think a lot of it too is the you actually root for the good guys in that one. It's not just all about seeing Freddy kill people. Like you actually like all the kids in part 3.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, my well, Freddy kills teenager.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with my kids, with the next kids in the next movies. I I had a couple of script that I read already I written years before, and there's a lot of that kill childrens in that. But and a guy from the state told me, "You are children slayer," something like that.
yeah.
I say, "Oh my god."
That's how we're going to introduce you. Along kind of those lines, was there anything in When Evil Lurks that was cut out of the theatrical release, or was there anything that they wanted you to cut out of it?
No, no, no. I all you saw in the theater is what I wrote and what I shooted.
mm.
I did not cut the anything. I guess no. Probably some dialogues to reduce the dialogues.
Right.
Yes, but no. It's all is there.
It's amazing because sometimes you see movies that really need to be cut.
Yeah.
And people that talk about struggling with what to cut, but that you could have your basically all of your major content stays is unbelievable because it's all
Yeah,
good.
this is because of why it is work, I guess, because my vision is in this movie, and I have the freedom to write it, to shoot it, and this is my cut. And all the time when studios has a movie and they test the movie with people, um, they decide to get rid of a couple of scenes or change move away one scene for the beginning. No. This time I had the chance to make it with my vision, and this is my cut.
See, you mentioned your website. People can so there's links from your website to all your movies.
Yeah. Demianrugna.com. Probably you're gonna to translate something because it's in Spanish, but it's easy to
Google
translate.
does that.
Yeah,
People, like they have Google Translate and it'll translate the whole page.
yeah, and you will find my previous movies with all free in links and YouTube hidden links. They are there. It's easy to find. My short movie too. My band. This is my band.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yeah, we made the final song of the movie.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, wow. So you do it all. You're a musician. I heard you talking about drawing comics. You're a filmmaker, and you play soccer. Do you sing?
Well, I'm not. Well, now I'm not playing soccer. I'm not drawing anymore. But yeah, I'm still having the band. And well, I don't have kids. That's why I have a little
Yeah.
bit of
Yeah.
more time.
Yeah. Do you dance? I'm just thinking, like, what else do you juggle? What do you do?
No, I'm not a good dancer. I don't like. I'm the kind of heavy metal stupid who heavy metal lover who are sitting while everyone is having fun. And yeah,
So
What metal music do you like? What other bands and musicians do you like?
well, I'm a big fan of Megadeth, big fan of Symphony X, um, Guns N' Roses. Yes, I love heavy metal bands. Not dead, no. But I like heavy metal bands. Obviously, Iron Maiden, Halloween. There's a lot.
Yeah. But we can find your band on your site, so we can also listen to your
Yeah,
music.
absolutely. You can find the song, the ending song is there in the website.
that's great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking that out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dave Deadman has a good question over here.
All right, let me grab it.
Well,
Let's see. Dave Deadman. He brought up his first film being Lovecraft. Is he a Stuart Gordon fan, and has he seen Suitable Flesh?
I saw Suitable Flesh in Fantastic Fest.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been with the director. We've been talking. Sean Lynch,
Yeah.
really good guy, a really funny movie. It was a trip to the 80s, and for me, it was he got the sense of that 80s, which love, and yes, I guess it was a really good sequel, if or kind of that of Stuart Gordon movies.
Yeah, Dave, kind of what you're saying here says the newer one Gordon didn't get to make that was in the vein of Reanimator and From Beyond, kind of saying like it felt like one of those movies. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I worked with Brian Usna a couple of years ago. He gave me a toy of Reanimator. And
Oh,
he
awesome! I love it. That's one of my favorite movies. So yeah.
Oh, Reanimator.
Yeah. I have not seen Suitable Flesh yet. I don't think it's available anywhere because I didn't get to see it at a festival. Or...
I saw it at a Lovecraft festival, and it was so sad for them because it was during the strikes, so they couldn't have people be guests.
Yeah.
Like Barbara Crampton would have been a guest, and some other
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, I love Barbara Crampton. She's a great.
Amazing.
She was she wasn't in Fantastic Fest, but I saw her in Beyond Fest in LA.
Yes.
And it happened that what you said, she was there, but as a producer, not as an
Yes.
actress.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
So,
I really enjoyed it. It was it's so fit what it was supposed to be, and from what we heard from the festival presenters for that particular festival is, how much a labor of love it was for all of the people involved. Like they wanted to make this really in honor of him and their love for these movies and the love for that like kind of Lovecraft, but this particular kind of Lovecraft universe. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
So, what have been the benefits for you going to the festivals? I assume it's really gotten your movies out there.
Well, there's a lot of benefits. First of all, is to meet new people, to meet other culture people who is watching your movie and talk with them, and to know another filmmakers, to hang out with them and talk about the reality. I mean, the life how they work, how they live, where and how. And at the same time, it's the good chance to make your movie real for audience, to show, to say, hey, this is my movie officially, it's alive. And there's a lot of benefit. Yes, a press reviews before of everything. Yeah, I love and drink a lot. I don't know.
What's your choice beverage?
It's beer, but it depends where you are.
Mm,
If I travel to, well, oh yeah, beer. Yes, yes. But
solid.
Yeah.
But there
classic.
are local beers. Do you always have the same thing, or do you travel and you're like, here's this local brewery, and I'm going to try the local brewery beer?
No, I love it. I love to go to Brussels and the beef festival because I guess it's more it's because they are in Brussels, Belgium,
Yeah.
and they have the best beers in the planet, in the world, and they think I love to go there because of the festival, but it's because of the beer.
So yeah, I like that. The benefit of the festivals is to drink a lot of beer. Is what we're gonna get. How did you get involved in Satanic Hispanics?
Alejandro Brugues called me. He asked me to be part of this.
Yeah. Who will be on the show soon? Actually, I was talking to him earlier.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and well, I said yes, but I thought no
Mm,
because I was working with Evil Lurks, and I said, well, if you need me, I will say yes, but what is going to happen? I will disappoint you because I won't have enough time to make. But
mm,
if you need me, if you want me, let's try. And I tried to get out of 5 times, and he convinced me all the time as a psychiatric. We've been talking during an hour, a lot of time during my process of Wenegular, which was very hard. And all the time he made a really good job as producer,
mm,
put on me all the time in the project, and I did it. And I thought, I don't know what is going to happen because I love the filmmakers, but you don't never know. You never know the anthology how it works. But this anthology, I'm very proud because it's um, really good anthology with different episodes, funny and scary. I'm very proud to him because he put me, he stopped me to get out. But the idea to get out of that project in the beginning was because of Whenever Lurks. Too much work to Whenever Lurks make me crazy. And I did that movie just 15 days after I ended the shooting of Whenever Lurks.
wow. You must have been tired.
Really tired, but I said if I have a gap, I won't make this anthology. So I said I convinced all my crew to say, okay, we are finished this movie, but in 2 weeks we're gonna make a short movie. So be prepared. I will call you. I will.
How did they feel about that? You were convinced over time. They didn't get convinced over time. It was just, let's go.
Yeah.
Then they must love you.
Yeah. What did you think of the finished film, Satanic Hispanics?
What I think?
Yeah.
For entire movie?
Yeah. What did you think of the finished film?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It was a big surprise for me, but obviously I saw a couple of episodes before I shoot it, and I love it. As I told you, it's different. It's a lot of. Um, I mean, you have a lot of options inside that anthology. If you like the comedy, horror comedy, you have a really good episode. If you have a mix, you have another good episode. I love it. I love it. I'm very proud to be part of that.
Yeah, I got to see with my brother. They played it briefly in the theater, but we got to see it, and it was it's a really. I'm a big fan of anthology films, and it was really fun because yours is very weird and dark, as people probably would think. And then there's a couple very very funny ones, and then the wraparound by Mike Mendez all work. So yeah, I really recommend it to people. It's a good movie.
Where can people find that now?
I don't think it's anywhere currently that I know of.
I don't know. I get they have a Blu-ray now. They are promoting the Blu-ray, but I don't have it. If they are, if they
We
are
need to
watching,
send you a copy, right? Yeah.
a copy, please. I'm
You got to hook him up here. Ashley once she says, "Oh, you have Demian on. He's one of my favorite filmmakers. I've talked about Atarados on my podcast a lot.
Who's
That
this?
is Terrified."
Thank you, my friend. Facebook user.
Yeah, it was
We have-
Ashley.
I know.
It's coming up Facebook user, but it's Ashley.
Okay.
Ashley whom?
Ashley Turner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does reviews sometimes on the website. She's very cool.
Oh, okay. I know
Yeah.
who you're talking about now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi, Ashley.
So that's very good. And where can people follow you to see what you're up to? Do you like them to go to the website
Yeah. Demian,
or any other social media?
yeah, demianrugna.com and my Instagram, Demian Rugna, my Twitter, Demian Rugna. Yeah, they can follow me there and yeah, just wait. Meanwhile, they are waiting for my next movie. Take a look at my previous movie.
Yes, exactly. So do you have, I know you kind of talked about, what you're going to do next. Do you have are you working on anything currently or?
I'm working, yes, for a big surprise for the next year. And I've been working in 2 projects, but one of them was to shoot here in Argentina, and the situation in Argentina is getting hard because we have a new president who is trying to kill everything and everyone here. And so I don't know if I can make that movie, but at the same time I'm working for a movie for a studio there in the States. I'm crossing finger because sometimes pandemic, earthquake, or alien invasion can change the plans.
Yeah, well, I know both of us really look forward to new stuff from you, and I absolutely love When Evil Lurks, and I recommend it to everybody. And it is nice that it's people talk about it, and it seems more and more people are discovering it and telling other people to check it out.
Thank you for the support, and thank you for talk about this movie and having me this good time.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
When you're the super duper superstar of horror, will you still come back and tell us about your movies?
Absolutely, yes.
Like, I don't know you. No time. You'll have sunglasses on. No autographs, please. That would be
Yes,
wonderful.
count on that.
All right, very good. Well, we hope to talk to you in the next year about your new project. So.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, good luck with everything.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and well, see you next year.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Everyone was happy to hear you. Dean says, hell yeah, great interview. Puppy Sloot, so great listening to Demian. Good luck this year on your project. This was also Ashley. I'm so glad his film made it to U.S. theaters because Hispanic horror is such an unsung hero in the genre.
Awesome.
See you next year. You are the GOAT. Which, if you've seen the movie, might be a weird thing, but Walter had a good time. So.
Yeah. You got a whole bunch of people here just loving your stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been wonderful to have you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's been honestly great time. Great to have you on the show because we both loved When Evil Lurks, and we want people to check it out.
And I know I'm going to love your other movies. I can't wait to get on your site and see all this other stuff. It's exciting.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Demian.
Here.
Bye bye.
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 Good evening. There we go. Oh, look, he knew how
What
to
a
use that.
lovely person.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah. I really like him.
Yeah.
And I really am because he seems like I know his movie is amazing, of course, but just hearing him talk about his influences, I'm like, oh my God, I'm just when after Larry Fessenden and we had our encounters with him, I'm like, I just slammed down all the Larry Fessenden content I could fit in my eyeballs that was available.
Yeah.
And now this is my next, like, I'm just gonna absorb everything as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watched Terrified early today for the first time, and I had not seen it before, and I heard great things about it, and it is great, and the sound is very scary.
Did you find it on the site or on another?
It's on. I actually watched it. It's also on Shudder on AMC.
Nice, excellent. Very.
By the way,
cool.
tonight's guest, you can watch Damian's Terrified and When Evil Lurks on Shudder. You can also watch Jenn Wexler's The Ranger and Sacrifice Game on Shudder.
Ranger is cool and weird.
Yeah.
I just saw it for the first time, and it's real strange.
Yeah, it's a cool
like
contrast.
Twists.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really like what? Twists.
Yeah, and it's a cool contrast of sort of an 80s slasher guy doing the one-liners, but then there's like, the punks. I don't know. It's a good mashup of some different genres.
Yes.
And Ashley's also the host. Go on, sorry.
She was great too. I mean, I don't want to just be
Oh,
like,
no, of course.
we have
Yeah.
time to like also talk about Jenn. Lovely. What a wonderful story. I love her. Like, I feel like I can identify as a kid who was didn't like fit in with the normal child crowd.
Right.
And people were not always super nice.
Yeah.
And just being like that weird kid, and then seeing the weird kids in the movie, I'm like, all right, it's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm very happy for her.
It's very funny to me a lot of times because like today it's kind of like I don't think nerd's really an insult, so it's kind of cool to be a nerd in a lot of ways, I think. And
I think in high school,
it's not like it was when I was
a child in my life. Being a nerd is not okay still. It is not.
Yeah, but it's
but
anyway, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the nerd culture that I liked when I was a kid is definitely seen differently today.
Yeah,
weird horror movies,
out of school,
pro wrestling, and all these things. But oh, by the way, Ashley also hosts 3 Haunted Podcast, which is on the Without Your Head Network, which is, by the way, 3 Haunted Podcast is the one that's really stuck with us, and I appreciate that. And I am going to be doing the Without Your Head Network 2.0 in the coming year, and that is going to be on there. Yes.
Excellent. That's cool. All right. I feel really bad that I wasn't aware who Ashley was. So I'm sorry. That didn't mean to be like,
it popped up as Facebook.
Poorly, but I was disoriented. And I'm very happy Ashley is here to be a part of the Without Your Head world.
Yeah, no, she's very cool. And coming up, so I've been putting this together throughout the day. It was a busy day. There are 13 best horror movies of the year coming up.
Yeah,
in January. It's going to be a loaded show. It's going to be an epic show. It's going to be me, Terrible Troy, Annabelle Lecter, Justin Bernard Head, Alok Mirsha, the producer of 1BR, and together for the first time ever on the show, Diablo Joe and Todd Yeager.
Yes!
And everyone's going to bring cheesecake.
Oh, okay. I love it. Oh, Todd. poor Todd. We'll get into that. We could talk about favorite movies, but I want to bring up my Todd.
Yeah,
My
so this will be very fun.
But
This
that's
will be a lot.
exciting, and I've really got to start thinking about it. Time passes so fast. I'm in the tea calendar, and I'm like, fuck.
I
there's
know.
only a few days left
I'm
until
drinking my tea
Christmas.
right here.
I cannot drink nighttime tea, but I have like today was the toffee.
I'm drinking tea and
Coffee and
coffee.
coffee. Yeah, well, you don't have a time you need to be asleep by.
No.
So, yeah, the Toffman prophecies today, right? I feel like
Yeah,
sometimes
very good.
flavor titles don't do me any favors because I like put it in my head like toffee.
Oh no. Today was what was today? I don't think it was that. Yesterday was Tough Man, I believe.
Oh, well, maybe
Today was it's got cinnamon
thought.
and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. It's almost like a chai.
Oh, you're right. Toffman was yesterday, and it tasted like soap because I think I had a soapy cup. And that really fucking sucked.
I'm
That
sorry.
sucked. I was so disappointed. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is not supposed to take like soap. I'm like, this is not supposed to taste like this at all.
Hello,
So,
Jamie.
Yeah.
Oh,
today-
Jamie joined the Twitch. Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, sweet. Yes. That was such a cute picture.
I will beat up he's just joking. I will.
I will beat you up.
Puppy Sloop, please have him back again or else.
Bullying.
Yeah.
Bullying ended when Annabelle got physical. That is a true thing.
So yeah, it's gonna be a packed show, which I think will be very fun. And I know for a fact that Diablo Joe and Alok have one movie that one of them really dislikes and the other one loves. So that'll be
This
interesting.
is going to be such a shit show of talking. There's going to be so
very
many
long.
personalities in this space. It's going to be just like a brawl of people talking over each other. It'll be a blast. Everybody needs to be at this show. It's going to be.
I want everyone at home to bring cheesecake as well.
Cheesecake, man. Cheesecake.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well. Happy Yule. Today is the longest night and the shortest day earlier of this entire year. That means that tomorrow the sun will be up for just a little bit longer. Fuck that hat. Damn it. I'm gonna like have to cover you again. I just can't. I can't.
You gotta put up with it one day of the year.
It's distracting. I have distractibility issues. And so it's distracting. So if you want me to look at you, then okay. But if
anything
you
that I
want
can just use, like
I just have to cover you.
pretty rocking.
Right now, I just see me and my little name tag. And
Whoop, we could put up a little bit here. There you go.
where?
Now see, it's above camera.
It wasn't bad until you started like doing that. I can't do that. I can't.
You two are the best. This is my favorite show on the internet. And the only one I watch this long. Well, thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you. That's a massive compliment. I really
Puppy Sloot's a good girl. Like the Puppy Sloot.
That's a weird comment. That's no.
She's a good egg. She's a good folk.
egg. Okay. No.
I've been using folks. I just use folks. I think folks. It's no one else really uses it. It's kind of old timey. Can encompass everyone. Or we can just use sausages.
Thank you. I feel like I'm an all right egg. I wonder what kind of egg we would be. Like of the eggs, would be like who's the
hard-boiled
egg?
Oh.
No, like different kinds of bird eggs. Like what would your bird be?
I've been making my eggs lately in the oven. Who cares about eggs? But because my stove tells me a new knob. I do have my secret Satan here now. I can open it or I could save it for when we're together and we can do it on video if you
Why
like.
don't you? Because I think it's fair for you to, because 'tis the season, right? Here we are at Yule. We're only a few days away from Christmas. There are many other holidays going on right now. There's a lot going on, but for us, we're doing the Christmas one for our personal culture. But you guys can enjoy it together with us. I think you should do it now.
All right.
God only knows. I don't know. My whole holiday things are very weird this year. It's
I
like
got
a
you.
of
So I
holiday.
have your Secret Satan upstairs,
Okay.
along with gifts from me. I know I gave you a couple little things, but there's some other stuff. Troy has his. He was gonna open it on the show. I went out of my way to wrap it and give it to him yesterday. He's not
Neil,
here.
I am not counting on him being in this whole like. We just have to not say his name. This, who shall not be named.
And everyone else's Secret Satan is out. I know Dave Deadman, Cat Catonic, and John Rette, Johnny Cakes.
Oh.
You probably will get yours a little late because you
Canada.
folks are in the Canadas, but
Yes.
is out there, and everyone else should get theirs in time.
So this is exciting.
Ah! I know who sent these in. I'll say these are handmade hatchets from Pepe Petite.
Ditto. That's awesome.
Ah!
Wait a minute. So you opened them and gave them to yourself?
Well, I had to. How else am I supposed to get something?
You draw at random for
Yeah,
yourself.
I do. But I know.
Oh,
But after I
okay.
see him, I know who made them.
No, that's not what I meant. Did you just be like, wow, I've seen all the presents and now I choose the one I want?
No.
Okay.
I mean, what I probably would.
Well,
This is nothing against Pepe Petite, but there was some pretty amazing presents that I probably would have taken if I did.
Interesting. But those are awesome and I love them. And I think it's super cool that he made them.
Yes.
How did he make them? Did he like
Yeah, they're made out of like
draw them?
wood. They're not real metal.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
he painted them. He
very
cut
sweet.
them out. So there was
Very
several handmade gifts of
cool.
I won't say of what they were, but arts of different kinds. So
Yeah, I was a big art failure this year, but yeah. Sorry, my folks. We'll find other ways for me to get you
this
my art.
makes me think of Michael St. Michael's story. So
the pumpkin chunker?
yeah, he was telling us he's a pumpkin chunker,
Oh my god, that was so amazing.
and so they'd have two like an assembly line of pumpkins coming down, and his job was to cut the stems off the pumpkins as they came.
This is Michael St. Michael's, the Greasy Strangler, who we were together for Once and Future Smash / End Zone 2. And it was just like a bunch of people hanging out. And there we were at like this brewery outside. And Michael's he's the oldest of the bunch and he's just telling his life stories. And that was one of them. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
we're like, did you ever have a job that's just normal? And he's like, yeah, a pumpkin chucker.
a chunker. 'Cause he's
Pumpkin
chunking
chunker
it.
and a broccoli forker. You're like, what in the hell are you talking about, Michael?
I think it was me, you, and AJ were just like dying laughing.
Yeah.
AJ was especially tickled.
Uh-huh.
It was great. Oh,
Yeah.
what a guy.
Speaking of the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2, go and sign up now at the Kickstarter. The URLs and Kickstarter, you guys really need to get a handle on this. So don't bother I'm not giving out the URL. What you do is look up the Once and Future Smash on Kickstarter. I'll link to it in the description. Sign up. It's not live yet, but you can sign up now. I believe we got about over 50 people already signed up. Sign up because we have the Kickstarter to make the Blu-rays, the double edition Blu-rays, hopefully limited edition VHS tapes of the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2, the first ever without your head produced features.
Dang. I put in the
Pretty
link in the comment here. I don't know if you want to pop that up on the screen, but I did put it in.
Do it up.
It is a very long name.
Yes.
But you get it. You see what's happening.
Right.
By the way, earlier someone like complimented my makeup, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, that was a Puppy Salute.
Was it? Oh, thank you. That was very kind.
She's chatting from various locations, just like Jamie Hill. I like this.
Yeah.
Pop
like it.
around. You never know where they're going to be at.
So yeah, top 10. I feel like
Top
people
13.
out there who want to top 13. Jesus, that's even harder. People out there, if you want to contribute your ideas, like that you want to, not like ideas to give us, but just to contribute your own votes. What do you think were the top movies of this past year? What
Yeah,
did
then you could
2023 bring to you?
right. You could yell at us. What are you dipshits putting that movie on your list for? Or what are you dumbasses? Why didn't you have so and so on the list?
Is that what they're going to tell us?
Or frauds. Yeah,
We're
that's what they're going
frauds.
to yell at us.
No. Well, that's okay. They're entitled to their opinion, as we are to ours. And if they want to call us frauds, they'll be wrong. But they can do it. I mean, kind of. The imposter syndrome once in a while. I'm getting better with it, though.
I'll chunk your pumpkin. Well, hit me up
Who is
after the
this
show.
Who is this?
Last week I thought it was Dobbs, but it's a fake Dobbs. They were impersonating Dobbs. It was not Dobbs. Dean is here as himself. I believe this is Jonathan Jackson impersonating Dobbs.
Jonathan
Now I
Jackson.
could be someone else impersonating Jonathan Jackson impersonating Dobbs, but I don't know.
Now there's someone else who just chimed in. What is
Dusty
going on here?
Oh man, Dustin! We haven't seen Dustin in years.
Dustin from way back?
Yeah,
Shirt Dustin?
yeah, Dustin.
Oh my God, Dustin! Nice to have you.
Dustin.
Yes. Wow.
Dustin checked
amazing.
in.
Cool. That's very exciting.
Yes.
Hi.
He's like, you guys
What are you
finally
doing?
are getting with the times. You're
I
on the
was
Twitch.
telling you about Twitch for like 2 years, like since I came back to the show.
I'm like, no, we got to stick with MySpace.
Yeah,
This
basically.
is the future.
You're like doing everything else. I'm like, Neil, Twitch, it's got all these features and stuff, and it's like the most liberal of everything, and you're just like, ignore me. Sounds like a similar story to some of the things you experience, being ignored when you know what's going on. But
I'm like, I'm too busy live streaming to my grinder.
are you still doing what is that one where people can pay
Still
you like
doing
$5
Grindr?
to do like a videogram?
Cameo. Yeah, I'm on Cameo. And Cameo screwed me because I was actually getting work on Cameo saying I endorsed, products I never heard of. But what the hell? I don't care, paying me money. And then they went and they said, no, you can no longer take $15 or $20, $30 it was. You can no longer take $30 to endorse products. Now you have to take $300, which that's people out there like, oh yeah, that's great. Now you're gonna make $300. No, what happens then? No one gives me $300 to endorse their product. So now I get nothing.
So you just set up your own
You can't.
separate.
They
No,
made-
on Cameo, not on Cameo. Put like advertise something here, like go.
Right.
To
Well, you can
wherever.
actually still get if you're not a business. So if you're a regular folk, you can get my Cameo for only $13.
Ooh.
And you can get it as this guy, Nasty Neil. You can get it as the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones. Or you can get it as Backwoods Bob. You can get any three faces of Neil. Three faces of Neil.
The 3 faces of Neil. Neil has many faces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's more out there, but
There are many.
they're all hidden.
Like your one with a weird mask. Your like Leatherman outfit.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, where that mask is. There's this mask, so that's pretty.
See, that's
pretty cool.
frightening.
I like that. I just have
You
it
should
on
do-
hand at all
See, I
times.
feel like you could take a whole bunch of pictures and you could make money not through Cameo. But anyways, Cameo, find Neil. He'll make you some
Right.
goofy ass video just for you.
Exactly.
And Neil's a ham, so you could probably ask him to do many, many things, and he will
Yeah,
oblige.
we can do a special Christmas one with wearing this hat.
Exactly.
It'll be sad I put this hat away. till
I
next
like
year.
the hat. hat. I do like the hat, but when it's everywhere and I'm trying to listen to someone, I'm distracted the person.
Last year I actually wore it to the post office, and or actually wore it on my walk, and going through doors was bad, but it actually also came off twice on my walk because it got tangled up in trees and just totally came off my head. So this year I did not wear it on the walk outside.
Oh my god, I would laugh. Oh, there's Pepe right now. Pepe, I don't know if you were here. Neil opened the gift of your hatchets, and they're super cool. We've all been enjoying them. Yeah, well,
Whoa, I
Fashion
hit my
Plate
microphone.
is basically on time because it just happened. So, what were we talking? We were talking about top 13 people. Please go wherever and share your own top 13s, or even just one. You don't have to come up with a list if you don't want to. Just
Yeah,
say
I did make a post about your favorite horror films of the year, and I did it as you were saying. So I also did it as a cheat sheet in case people said stuff that I didn't know about. I'm like, I gotta go check that out.
Yeah, well, I don't try to avoid your trickery anymore, Neil. I just roll with it. I won't call
I
you
don't know.
out.
It's there. I'll bump it up, as the kids say. Well, that's not what they say at all, but we'll bump it later.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Someone posted this, and so I shared it because I thought it was so funny. It was this picture of a movie called Stein, like Frankenstein.
Like
And I was like,
Frankenstein.
oh, that sounds funny. But it's actually a new movie, so it's actually out right now. It's
Oh,
on Screambox.
really? I want to at least see an image of this
Yeah, let me grab it.
Santa thing. Oh, well,
Santa
I
baby.
don't like the poster art thing. The first thing that comes up on Google, I'm not excited about.
No, I mean, honestly, the poster is not that great, but I just assumed it was.
Oh, wait, this isn't Santa Steen, is it? No, it can't be. This has got to be an unrelated thing. But the unrelated thing looks awesome, and I'm going to send you the picture of the totally unrelated thing. Give me a second here. Let me get into the place. You are going to lose it with love. You will. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Now this is what I want to see.
Dude, man. All right. So in 2000, there is a short, 3-minute long short called Santa Goes South. In a desolate castle in the South Pole lurks Santa Steen, keeper of an industrial shop of horrors. Animation and live action producer Peter Wallach brings us demented and sexually repressed Santa to life using both humor and horror. Now that's what I want to see.
Hell yeah.
So I don't know. I'm sorry, other Santa Steen. I apologize. You could be amazing. But this one won me over.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
that
awesome.
looks
I don't
rock.
like shit on Santa Steen I know nothing about.
Yeah.
So, oh,
Seems there's like used to be there was always a lot. Used to be like there's 12 Christmas horror movies. Now there seems like there's 20 new ones every year. So
well,
there's
people know they
there's
can
like
capitalize on it because you're not the only
I'm all about it, but I feel
Yeah.
like I used to know them
Oh,
all
no.
by heart. Now I'm like I need to catch up on all these.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming, really. But it's good because the more we have, the more I can pick and choose the things I like. Because I don't like all of the past horror Christmas stuff. But, you know, that Santa Steen short looks sweet.
Yeah, I would check that out.
Did you share it with people yet?
I shared it. Yeah, it was a
Did you?
Todd
I was
Yeager-
looking at other stuff. All right.
Todd Yeager's reviewed a few of them. This.
Oh, look at that thing! It's so cool. I love it. Yeah, I want to know what happens next. Is that like an explosion or a bike tire?
Yeah.
Oh my God, is that?
I was thinking it's like an old cartoon, like he's letting off the dynamite.
I thought that too, but when you say he's sexually repressed, what's happening?
What is that? Oh,
Damn. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to take some notes when I'm watching it. See what's that going on. But yeah, a couple new reviews by Todd Yeager. He did a double header, double feature.
Yeah.
Nightmare on 34th Street, and
I Slay on
Santa,
Christmas.
Santa does not exist, and I Slay on Christmas, which is getting some talk about around the towns here.
Yeah. Well, it's only one real talk.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so basically someone finally, I don't know if it's happened before. Has he ever had like a slam before?
No, Todd's super nice. I watch all of them, but he did not love the movie, but he was not mean about it.
Well, he was pretty direct about
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
But anyway,
he was like, "These
one of the
people
directors
fucking
took
suck."
yeah.
But he was like, "This movie sucks." Like, it's so funny, his expression of how much he doesn't like the movie. It's very funny, and I can understand as a creator that is not a nice feeling to have someone trash
Sure.
your stuff. Like,
Right.
if I actually did have my art somewhere once. I was trying to be a better artist and have stuff up, and I was in there. I'd hung my stuff, and I was like just getting a like, wow, I feel really good about this. And these two dudes were like, they're really ripping the shit out of what I'd made. And I think they knew that I was the person that made it, but I'm not sure. Either way, I was like, that sucks. Like, this is my stuff. This is me. So it's painful, and at the same time, not everybody's gonna like your stuff.
Right.
The world can't just be like kissing your butt all the time because of your effort. Like,
Right.
you know. But go support Todd Yeager. His videos are insane.
They're great. Yeah.
Their own short films.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of effort goes into these. They're very fun. I really enjoyed them. Pepe, by the way, handmade and hand painted. I was going to paint blood on the edges, but decided against it because it would have been hard for it to take to the silver paint. I'll add my own blood the hard way. There you go. Look, Pepe's looking on the bright side. Maybe they were just jealous of your artistic abilities.
Can I read it out loud? What the response is? 'Cause
Sure,
I think
sure.
it's kind of funny.
I agree. Though I didn't understand the one part, but yeah.
Transcript. I don't know the transcript. Oh, here we go. All right. So Todd did have this for I Slay on Christmas. It's a very, very direct about his dislike and in detail of scenes and humans, and he really does say what he wants to say about it. It's very funny. And this person, Marcelo Gustavo Fabani, if I said that right, keep in mind, dear friend, that we filmmakers are doers and you are just a contemplator. There are no hard feelings with your right to criticize, although you have placed more emphasis on your own divinity than in the review. As you claim the right to make recommendations to us, I do too, and I recommend that you delve deeper into reading and cinema to acquire at least a slight idea of the various cinematographic languages that shape the stories that are told. Big hug, very funny, your review, but bordering on disrespect with rude irony. Dude, I don't have to watch the movie. I saw screenshots. There's no very cinematographic
Cinematographic
languages that are gonna that doesn't apply. I feel bad saying that, but what I saw very much evidence that this is not an art
The
project.
cinematographic language of boobs.
And he is really mean about the boobs.
Uh-huh.
He is.
Uh-huh.
He is pretty mean about that.
Ah!
I don't believe it.
Boom!
must
Terrible
heard
troll.
Fucking shit.
How we doing?
I opened my secret.
Good. I've been so sad about you not being
Oh
here.
my
I was
goodness.
expressing disbelief. Like Santa, I'm like, I don't know if I
No,
believe
it's-
in Troy anymore.
It's
I
been
chopped him up.
a crazy. This is my year of lasts at the
Really?
school because I'm retiring in
Oh.
February. So, yep.
Whoa,
So this was our
Troy!
last Nutcracker.
Wow.
Oh.
Troy. That's huge. You've
Purple
been doing this
beard,
a
magenta
while.
beard.
Like, how many years have been doing this job?
Yeah, I think this 37 years. Been a
Damn,
long
dude.
time. And
Wow.
Elena's been doing the Nutcracker for, I think, 15 years. So that was 15
Wow.
years doing that. So that was kind of the end of an era there.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
But I do
that's
have my
got to be.
secret
What
Satan.
do you? Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Got a card on there as well.
Dave
Something in the
Deadman is
card.
saying
Yeah, should I
hi
do the
to
card
Terrible
first?
Troy.
Yeah, do the card first. I actually put a little extra in everyone's card.
I don't know if you
All right.
heard me that Dave Deadman is here and says hello.
Oh, all right.
He says, "Terrible Troy." Oh shit!
Oh, hello, Dave Deadman. Very good.
Dustin's
what most
also
people
around,
say.
lurking around.
All right, we've got the card. Oh,
There's something in
we
it,
got
so
a
don't let it
gnome.
fall out.
Definitely a me card
Oh,
right there.
I do like
Gnome
this
for the
little-
holidays. Oh. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Satan wishes me happy holidays.
It's always
I
good.
don't know. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I got it. Yes, Satan.
This is pretty badass. I think we have some stickers.
Look
Ooh.
at that. That's,
I'm loving that. That is totally cool. A little creep show action.
Yeah, Pet Cemetery.
I see Gage in the background. Oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
But I see Gage in the background.
and Pascal in the front.
Very nice. Yep, yep. And I think maybe even the cat there in the corner, I think.
Mm.
Oop. And the second sticker. Ooh.
Oh.
All right. Should I just tear into this? Are we doing it in
Yeah.
order? Or
No,
I
I
don't
mean,
want
I already
to go out of
opened this.
turn?
We are
Okay.
very out of turn
Annabelle,
because
did
I
you
don't
already
have
open yours?
one.
Oh, okay.
I don't
opened
have
mine.
one yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It's a cool box. I'm digging it.
I couldn't find
here we
black
are.
Christmas paper this year. I was kind of surprised anyone even sold to
Oh.
begin with. But
Mhm.
Got a very happy box right there.
Oh my.
that is all that it is. It's just a brown box.
That is. There's no way to open it. It's perfect. I love it. I'll keep this box forever. I may not be able to open it. All
You can
right.
chew it open.
I am. That's giving it to the cats. They will find a way. All right. I have wrapping paper. I have box, and now I have styrofoam box. Ooh.
Ooh.
And something dwells within the styrofoam. You guys will be seeing it at the same time as me. Ooh.
What is
Ooh.
that? Oh my lord.
Oh, I think it's
It's
I think
Jack.
it's Jack.
That's amazing.
He's coming in.
Jack
And so he's
Torrance.
a little squished. I'm thinking you could put him in a door, maybe.
He's a bookend.
Oh, a bookend.
awesome.
Oh, that's tremendous. Oh, that one, it's got great detail. I don't know if
I can
my
I
light
can
is
see
too
enough to know that
strong.
it's pretty awesome. I wonder why
Yeah.
it's so, like
I'm trying
super
to.
bright. But that's wow.
Ooh,
Oh yeah,
that
sweet.
is so cool. Yeah,
That's-
the teeth are perfect on it.
Mm-hmm.
He looks so menacing.
Wow.
All right, I love it.
I know
Well,
who
thank
sent
you,
it. I don't know
Satan.
if I should say or
No.
I don't know. Maybe you should.
we'll let them.
got it.
We'll let them say if and
Yeah.
when they get it.
Okay, if they want to. All right, thank you. This is
That's
awesome.
Nice,
I love the stickers, too,
Satan.
so it's all
Satan's a
good.
good man. Yeah.
Satan's always good.
Do you want to
So-
share yours, Neil?
Oh yeah. So I had handmade hatchets.
Whoa. Well, I'm
Handmade,
liking that. You
hand-painted
can
hatchet.
slice and dice with those.
Pepe Petit made them. He's in the chat. So I mentioned
Oh,
the
very
person who
nice.
sent yours is not in the chat. I'll say that. Oh, as
Okay.
far as I know.
He's in the chat.
No, I meant the person who sent Troy's.
Oh,
The secret
wow.
Satan for Troy.
Mhm. Very cool. Nice beard, Troy.
Oh, thank you. We went
Yeah.
very festive. Got the
Yes, very
sparkly
nice.
Santa lid.
I love
and
it.
The kids all dug that. I told them I just stopped dyeing it. This is the natural color. They bought it. I'm only around
And so-
like kindergarten up to second grade now, so they don't know any better.
Oh yeah, that's weird. It's a whole school just K through 2.
I'm in a puppy mill. It's a way.
You weren't here but so our 13 show coming up for our favorite 13 horror films of the year. It'll be coming up in, I don't know, soon
Awesome.
in January. It'll be me, Annabelle, you, of course, Justin Bernard Head, our official list man, Alok Mirsha, the producer of 1BR, and for the first time ever together, Diablo Joe and Todd Yeager.
Oh, awesome. Oh, this is going to be
It's going to be a
tremendous.
loaded show. Yeah.
It's gonna be
I'm liking it.
fun. I'm really excited for you to meet Joe. I don't think you have Troy.
No,
I haven't. I haven't
No,
talked to
you're-
either one
you-
of them. So
You are very. I think you are in the same age range and have very similar art interests with comic books.
oh, okay.
And he's like a big Wizards. Like that's kind of like the Wizards movie.
Oh, okay.
Art.
Like Ralph Bakshi kind of thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you're gonna really vibe.
Pepe said they have pinholes so you can pin them
Hello,
together.
cat.
Oh, yes. This is Warlock. He says hello.
Hello, Warlock. Oh,
He's Adam Warlock because he has the soul gem.
oh
His
nice.
previous
Between his
cat
eyes.
Troy had for many years, and not very often are animals afraid of me, but I never once touched it in my life. But his new cats are very friendly.
Yeah, they're pretty lovable
Oh, sweet.
and evil.
Wow.
They like to draw blood. That's their favorite thing.
Whoa.
Mm. Cats are feisty.
Yep.
Well, they're around 3 dogs that are much bigger than them, so they have to be tough.
That's true. Although Gandalf is way more laid back. Warlock's more of our fighter.
Mm. That fits.
Gandalf's more of our ladies' man. He'll just go up to Meg's and try to put the moves on her.
Meg's the dog, for those who don't know.
Yep.
Meg's is one of the is Shiba Inus, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god, they're the cutest dogs. Little
Oh yeah,
puppers.
they're crazy too. All the critters are crazy. All my children have 4 legs and tails.
But I didn't. I'm also not wearing a cool hat. But that's a
Oh.
pretty sweet shirt on too.
You got me beat. I got blue on.
Krampus.
Yeah. But you have a beard and that is quite an investment. So
Yeah, that's true.
you beat us out with
This-
that. Oh,
I
Troy's
think
frozen.
the brand was To Be Real. Oh,
No, I think you're back.
have I frozen in time?
You are
all
good now. Yes.
All right. It's the kind I used like a couple weeks ago. It was a moose called Splat, and it barely came out at
Oh.
all. You couldn't see anything.
Ooh.
And this stuff was bright and vibrant.
Mm.
Comes in like a
I'm,
paint tube. It was kind of neat.
I'm a manic panic person for the most part. I go with the old original manic panic.
Oh,
Better than
okay.
Kool-Aid. I'm not so original that I use Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid, no. Do you remember when
Kool-Aid,
kids were trying
Kool-Aid
their hair
tastes
for
great.
Kool-Aid?
Wish I had some. Can't wait.
I would actually not mind Kool-Aid right now. I was seeing that soda and I'm like, that soda is looking pretty nice. I'm not usually a soda person, but some
I
colors.
stopped using Just for Men, so this is my natural color. I
Oh.
thought it'd be much more gray, but I've been using it for a couple months. They look pretty good, I think. But what does come in super gray are my sideburns, so I just shaved them off.
Mhm.
Oh,
It's okay to be gray. Mr. Jones.
No play for Mr. Gray.
Your beard is weird. Your stash is trash. There's no play for Mr. Gray.
Yeah, that's the old Just for Men ads, if you were wondering.
Is it seriously?
Yeah.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
out.
They get these goofy old, like, sports guys, and they come on and go, dude, your stash is trash. Your beard is weird.
No play for Mr. Gray.
Yep. And then who was it? What's the regrow your hair shit?
Oh,
Rogaine?
Cy Sperling.
Rogaine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. After the hair club,
Oh,
but they Carl Malone used to be like their spokesman, and then they just
Oh.
get some goof coming
Hair
up to
Club
him.
for Men, right?
No, that was the Rogaine stuff.
It is.
And then,
Oh, man.
yeah, just some guy would come up and be like, "Mailman, you grew a hair." And I don't
Remember
think
the
it was
spray?
true.
There was like
I
a
think that's what they used. I think
air
that's what they
like
used.
can of paint.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hot deal.
Yeah, it had little speckles in it and stuff. It was, some good looking stuff. No one will ever know. You just spackled your bald spot. That looks great, man. Looks so natural.
The natural sheen.
Yep. Well, like, what's the one with oh man, the
Hair looming for men.
Amazon women on the moon. Yeah,
I
exactly.
knew where you were going.
Yep. That's a great segment in that one too, because it's oh my god, the hell's the guy's
Joe
name?
Pantaleone, isn't it?
Exactly. Yep. And they like just staple patches of like carpet onto his head. And it looked
Oh,
awesome.
God.
It's one of my favorite movies. I reference it often.
That is a great one.
I haven't seen it since I was really young, so I barely remember it. I ended up being
or not.
now I feel like it's in the same vein as Kentucky Fried Movie. Am I
Right.
wrong?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I
Much
remember
of it-
Kentucky Fried Movie.
Yeah. This
Not
the
not-
Son of the Invisible Man is fantastic.
That could be my favorite thing in it. Donnie No Soul Simmons is
Yeah,
pretty
Donnie
good, too.
No. Tie yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been. Yeah, Donnie No Soul Simmons. You can't really make that joke anymore, I guess. Maybe.
There's
I
a lot
think
of
you
jokes
could.
in these movies that are probably uber tasteless now.
But the bullshit or
true.
not, and it's like a parody of Unsolved Mysteries.
Or
Yeah.
Ripley's Believe It or Not. Yeah.
Ripley's believing he's like for centuries people have wondered who the Jack the Ripper's true identity was, and we believe we have discovered who it is, and Jack the Ripper was in fact the Loch Ness monster. And then they cut to reenactment. And it's a Loch Ness monster going down a back alley with like this big trench
He's
coat
got a
on.
40-foot long trench coat. It's
Yeah.
just classic. And a giant hat.
Amazing.
Like, man,
Oh man,
I'll
it's
have
one
to
of
go
my-
back and
it's so
rewatch
good.
that movie now.
Yes.
I could watch it over and over. It's the best.
Troy might want these as a present. Neil, did you see my post about these really old comics I have?
No,
Are they near me? No, they're in the other room. I'm gonna bring them. I don't want to
All right.
forget it. This could be a Troy Christmas present.
Ooh.
Be right back.
bow, bow, bow. Do, 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 do.
So how were the guests there, Nasty One?
Oh, they were amazing. So we had Jenn
Excellent.
Wexler on, who made The Ranger and Sacrifice Game. Well, actually, both of them are on. You can watch both of them now on Shudder.
I know the other one had his movie on Shudder, right?
Yeah, Demian Rugna, who made Terrified, and he also made the new movie Where Evil Lurks. Both of them are great. So check those out. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
All right, coming back.
Trying to find. Oh, I found it.
Always forget to turn off my microphone.
Just
All
here
right.
falling.
Now
in the
there's
back.
no pressure to take them,
Uh-oh.
but You might be interested. They're quite old. One of them is. Someone gave these to me, and I don't know why. It was this person just used to like. It was a Facebook person, and they just send me these odd things. They'd be these most random things. Like one time it was like old opera glasses. One time it
That's
was like
kind of nifty, though. I like
those
that.
are cool. Those are cool. But then there's like Native American jewelry, but also like a used poncho and like this is like earbuds that might have also been used. But I also got a really amazing coat I still wear. It's just all this weird. Actually, I have a suitcase. They sent me a bunch of stuff in a Jaguar suitcase,
Wow.
like the car company. It's very strange, and if you're out there watching this, I appreciate all your efforts, and I'm gonna give these things away. So here is oh my god, I never looked at the back of this before. There's something
I like the
explicit
cover
on
on that one.
this is super this is like 1977. It's like
Nice.
perfect and very funny. Like even the first
Well,
like
some of those
I
would
want you
have
to
some
see this
cool
art.
Juan Bode stuff in it, and
Look at that,
oh, nice.
right? This
Oh,
is
that's
some of the
bad.
art. It's like it's pretty sweet. Oh
Hmm.
wait, did someone cut out? Someone cut out like wow. There's like send away things in the back from someone cutting out.
So you sent
Some
away
of my
for
old
him.
like famous monsters were like that, where I would have sent away for like the life-size Frankenstein
Someone sent
poster
away
and
for the
stuff.
subscription to National Lampoon.
Oh,
You can get
that's
the
great.
free National Lampoon 1964 high school yearbook parody with every subscription, and then it's. But this is, I mean, it's the art is super like. There's
Yeah,
stuff
back in
that
the
I'm just like,
70s, they did some great stuff.
yeah.
Juan
So
Bode would do some stuff, at the time. So if they have any Cheech Wizard stuff in there, that's always the best.
this is what I saw
Nice.
on the back when I picked it up. I didn't see that when I looked at it before. I was like, whoa, whoa. All right, so there's that, and then there are also
sweet.
there are
Huge fan of Heavy Metal Mag. Yep.
there's 4 of these.
Ooh. That's so weird because I have many, but Ranxerox. That's Liberatore, one of my favorite Italian cartoonists.
So if you're
Uber
interested,
Violent Android, Ranxerox, one of my
awesome.
heroes.
If you are interested,
absolutely.
then I'll pass these along through Deal. Here's the Troy Christmas present.
Oh, that is too cool. That is too perfect.
Awesome. Cool. I'm happy. I was like posted it on Facebook, like maybe someone will buy it. And I'm like, realistically, I don't think anybody's gonna buy it. And I got it for free.
Yeah.
So I would rather just pass it along to someone I know who will.
You will bring me great joy because one of my all-time favorite things were both of those magazines during the 70s and into the 80s. I mean, heavy metal, I found so many of my favorite cartoonists and stuff from there. Like,
yeah,
a lot of Rich Corbin, a lot of Bernie Wrightson,
amazing.
Liberatore, one of the cool things about him with Ranxerox, did all his work in marker.
Really?
Just like no pencil, just boom. Give me a sheet of paper, give me a marker, boom. I'd look at that shit, superhuman. Just like, what? That can't be done.
That's amazing.
Yep. He's still kicking around. He's an amazing guy. If he spoke English, it would be a pretty neat guest.
Oh, nice.
But my Italian's a little rusty, so I don't
Yeah, I was
know.
gonna say maybe we can get some. Maybe we've got an audience member who speaks Italian that we can have as our translator.
We get a bilingual.
And they can translate, and they'll start saying things like vermicelli.
Yeah. They'll just lie to him. They'll be like, just put on like a bad Italian accent.
Yeah.
He says that he wants to know how you came up with the idea.
Vic Schiavone can help out.
That's it. Or we could get who's the guy that just does that bad Mario voice in every movie he's in now?
I don't know.
Australian guy that
John Goodman.
Yeah,
he played Zeus or what?
Yeah, he's like, hey, it's a me, it's a Zeusy, hey.
That was so bad. He was in the final exorcism or whatever that movie was called,
Was
The Last
he?
Exorcist. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh my God, what is
he was
Yeah.
in Gladiator. It was his big movie.
Russell Crowe?
Russell Crowe. Yeah.
We can get Russell
okay.
Crowe
Oh
and
my
he'll do like a
lord.
pigeon Italian like thing.
That. Oh
You're
my
like, hey, a pasta fazool, hey.
God. Exactly.
I can make these jokes because I am half Italian, okay? So
Yes, I can
The
laugh.
spicy
You're
meatball.
allowing me to
Yeah.
laugh. If
So
you
I
told me to stop laughing, I would stop. I appreciate you allowing me to enjoy your culture.
this is very exciting. I saw Godzilla -1 is getting a black and white version in Japanese. coming
Oh,
to the
get
theater.
out.
ooh,
Cool.
That's
They're
awesome.
so excited. The filmmakers are like so pumped that people actually give a crap about
Yeah.
the Japanese one, and it's like, well, yeah, like of course, it's great.
I honestly, it's my favorite. I'm Grant, I'm not the biggest Godzilla fan, but I thought this was the best one. I genuinely loved the movie. I thought it was great.
Troy, have
I
you
was so
seen this
happy.
movie?
I haven't seen it yet, but I
Whoa.
was so happy to see that that it was subtitled because I saw it was
Yeah.
playing at the AMC and the new Studio Ghibli. Oh my God, I can't think of the title of it. You could
My
see it
Boy
either way,
something? The boy
and
Huron.
the
or something?
heron or something, yeah.
Oh,
And you
Oh,
could see it either subtitled or dubbed, but they give you the option at least, which is nice.
gotta block Neil again. Neil's attention seeking right now.
Uh-oh.
I
Neil's
didn't
having
mean to.
I'm
I
good.
actually went down to pick up my things, and then I noticed it was in the camera, and
Yeah.
so I had to play a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, I can't quite do that. I've got to manually bebop mine.
So this was interesting. Sam, I forget how you say it, Sam, but Sam, I know Sam Quilania from Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival and his new movie Lake Effect. It's free on YouTube. It's a feature
cool.
film. See, people could check
Lake
that
Effect.
out.
Lake Effect.
People are starting to do that. I think it's the idea is you put the ads on it. I don't know. But anyway, people should support that independent
Oh, absolutely.
film.
You definitely have to look up Lake Effect horror movie. Lake
Right.
Effect.
Yeah. Other things come up. Or Lake Effect 2023.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen it yet, but I would like to watch it.
There's a lot of great stuff out there. What have you seen, Troy? It sounds like you've got a lot going on lately with all the winding down of your career, right? I mean,
I know,
really.
I know. It was the final Christmas party last night.
Wow.
Just a lot of weird final things going on.
Yeah.
So
How are other people handling this?
they're kind of sad for the most part.
For the most part? You have enemies at school?
No, but some people that
You're like,
we
"Yes!"
don't love as much as we did at the wing. Back at the wing school, everyone was a big, giant, happy, dysfunctional family. It was great.
Yeah.
Forestdale's got a different vibe.
Mm-hmm. Hear that. Well,
One of the things Troy might be doing is getting a 3D printer to be.
I've been looking
making
into
stuff.
That'd be amazing. I know you're a miniatures guy, so
Yeah.
Well, that's what
Emil's
kind of
like,
led
"Oh,
me down this. I was looking for a I saw someplace had Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum in like 30 millimeter scale, and I was like, oh my God, I must have this thing. And it was $400, and I was like, maybe I'm gonna look and see if I can find the specs and I can make it out of balsa wood. It'll take a little while, but and so as I was looking up the specs, I saw this one place that had the same almost identical model, and they're like, yeah, for $5 you can use your 3D printer and download it. And I'm like,
wow.
got to find out how much a 3D printer is then. And so then I went down that rabbit hole, and so that's my near future purchase. And then I
Oh,
started looking into all the different things you could do with that, and gonna be
yeah,
exciting.
it's crazy. You're gonna have your place is gonna be full of things.
Oh
You're gonna
yeah,
have to sell things because I can't even imagine you being retired and just 3D printing. Oh, there's just like I'll print this amazing thing now and I'll paint it when I have a chance.
yep.
Into the
It'll be all
pile.
lined up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm
That's
usually pretty good. I kind of promise myself like I'll finish one thing before I buy the next thing, because
Yeah.
otherwise you have like 42 armies, or or in my case like Blood Bowl teams. I would do that and get a bunch of them, and like, no, I've got to paint one before I get another one.
You're good. You're good.
I
I'm
try.
not good at the finishing stuff. I go in
No.
strong.
Oh yeah, because you find the ones that you really want. You're like, oh, this guy's amazing. I'm gonna paint that guy, and then I'll get around to the rest of them. Maybe, but look at this. Now we're moving on to the next thing. And that's kind of me too. So that's why I make sure not to do that.
It's good self-control.
I thank Burgess for that one. She's like,
Ah.
it's the old Cat Stevens song, looking for a hard-headed woman, and she is one.
Ah. Hmm.
So she keeps me on the path.
That's good.
Otherwise, yeah, it'd be all over the place.
You'd just be rolling
Even
around.
more random than I am.
Well,
So,
very
Yeah, I'd be
good.
like Lord of the Flies at
Oh,
in where I am, I'd be running
that's so
around
weird
naked with
because
the
that
cats
book,
and dogs.
I just the Lord of the Flies, I found that book
Whoa.
at my relative's house that I let them borrow, and I need to read that again. Literally like 2 days ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
I started
Oh,
reading
see, like a book like
Psycho.
that's an old friend. Yeah. Oh, that's great too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never listen to the audiobook, but the King family stands behind audiobooks the same as reading books, so that's good for me. But yeah, it's odd because I love the movie so much I never read the book it's based on. And it's actually a lot more graphic than the movie.
Yes.
Is it?
The shower scene, instead of a shower scene, it's a beheading. It's a pretty rough book
Ooh.
so far. So.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Robin suggested it, so I started reading it. Robin on the Facebooks.
Yes, that's Robin Anderson, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Buddy Cooper will be returning to the show next week.
Buddy Cooper. Buddy Cooper. I know this name. Tell me
Excellent.
more.
So I've told this story before on the show. Years ago, we had Buddy Cooper on his first ever podcast interview. Is leading to his first ever convention appearance. The director of The Mutilator from 1980, 1981. And so he sent me a copy because at that time you couldn't find it anywhere. Sent me a copy. I watched it. We did the interview. He was a really fun guest. And then later, it was the next week, he calls me up and he's like, "Hey, Neil, could you send that back? It's actually the only uncut copy of the movie." And I was like, "Holy shit, probably should have made a copy of this." And so I sent it back. And then years later, I believe Arrow put out the special edition. And if it wasn't for me sending it back, like there would be no special edition. But anyway, years later, 50 years
Should have held it
later,
for ransom or something.
exactly 40 something years later, he has made the sequel.
Very
Mutilator
cool.
2.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Wow.
and he's going to come on the show to talk
Amazing.
about Mutilator 2 and the journey from Mutilator to Mutilator 2 40 years later. It's going to be
Amazing.
very fair. It's going to be very fun.
Yeah, that's exciting. That'll be really
Oh,
a
yeah,
really cool
that'll be
show.
great.
Yeah, and he was going to be on vacation, but
Mhm.
he is making time to do the interview, so it's very cool.
Really?
Yeah,
Is he going to be in some cool location? Like
he's in Colorado.
Oh,
I
well,
think he's
like, the
skiing.
ocean.
Oh, well, I think he's skiing in Colorado.
Yeah, you can't ski in New England right now. Everything's destroyed by the storm. Alas, I'm not a
So this
skier,
will be-
so it doesn't really have
It's
any impact
easy.
on me.
Right.
But, yeah.
Last time he was on, it was we were just audio, so this will be the first time he's on the
Very cool.
video show. And it was like, I don't think it was our first year, but it was probably 2007 when he was on, so it was a long time ago.
Was it?
That's a very long time. That's What?
If you've never seen the
Yeah.
Remember him being
Mutilator,
a super nice guy.
yeah, super. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's never seen it, but there's a great end scene in the Mutilator. Oh,
yeah,
isn't that
yeah.
cute?
was he here last
Oh, I
week?
love it.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
He's this awesome
I dig him.
little dude. I accidentally found him on Etsy and I looked at him for like a year and then I decided he's mine. He's so cute.
Oh yeah.
Or she, or they. All of them. So it's my decoration I just
I think
brought.
that's a
and seen.
gnome slayer. I think
He's
that
Just
thing.
little
Like I think
badass.
that thing would hunt down gnomes.
yes.
Just
I can see
collect like
that.
gnome heads. Yep. Or Smurf
Damn.
head, something like that.
Awesome.
Just because it's got that look in its eye.
Yeah, it's very
I can
fierce.
see it.
Yes.
It's the placement of the eyebrows and stuff. Just something's telling me. I'm getting vibes from that thing.
So here's
Well,
the old
Get my
hopefully it saves my friend. Mutilator.
by sword, by pick, by axe,
Ooh.
bye.
That's amazing. I love that.
Mhm.
That's a great poster.
And this is the new poster, the Mutilator.
Oh, it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow. I wonder who the if the artist was an 80s poster designer because it's so perfect.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it
very
is,
yeah.
yeah.
It's a painted, like hand painted poster. It's very cool. And I didn't even notice the Mutilator 2 has Terry Kaiser. It was from Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bernie from Weekend at Bernie's. So that's very cool. He's the star of Mutilator 2.
I remember him as Jack's buddy on Three's
Pepe
Company.
wants me to post Pepe sent a picture. I'll grab it.
What was he on? He was on Three's Company?
He was Jack's buddy. They would go to the Regal Beagle
Oh,
together.
Larry?
Yeah, yep.
He's so
that's him.
close.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Larry.
Oh my god, I gotta try to get him on the show.
I
Oh,
know.
sorry, Larry. Well, he was playing a character. I know it's not actually Larry. So he
Yeah,
did
but
a
you
good
just
job
picture him as
playing
kind of the
sleazy
sleazy
Larry.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was so
Larry's kind of a sleazy
a
name.
young
Nothing
child.
is special.
What is this?
This
Whoa.
is Pepe. Pepe wanted us to post this
Oh, I
picture of
like
him. Pretty sweet mask.
Wow.
Is that
Yeah.
a mask or is that face paint?
That's just him. No, that's just him normally.
It's crazy.
Birthmark.
Neil's hat looks like a sock I had under my bed in high school. Whoa! What the hell?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave.
Larry's still
My
alive.
cat would go berserk with that thing, Neil.
yeah. Whenever we used to have, we always had cats when we were kids, but they'd always tear down the Christmas tree.
They do
That's
like a
why we
good
don't have a
Christmas
Christmas tree now.
I remember hearing it crash because they would really bring it all the way down.
Yeah, that's what cats do to Christmas trees. That's just what they
Yep.
do.
Uh-huh.
People getting into Christmas trees with cats, like you just gotta accept that tree might
Yeah.
just be done. Day
Unless
one.
you have indestructible like ornaments and things, probably not the route you want to go.
Invest in hard plastic.
Yep.
So Saw the Musical is going to be touring. This sounds
Whoa.
like a fun time to me.
What?
I'd check it out.
Saw the Musical.
Yeah, the unofficial,
The unofficial. That's
Musical.
right. Unauthorized.
unauthorized, which I think is
Ooh.
hilarious that they put
Yeah.
that in there.
I'm all about
There's
it.
a lot of horror the musicals. Oh, what's the one that's going to be in January? Something coming to Boston. Was it not?
We missed the
Dead?
Bat Boy. We missed Bat Boy.
Oh,
I
really
saw the
do.
poster
It was
for
a
it
Bad
last time
Boy
at the
musical.
Yeah, they had a poster for it
Oh
at
my God.
it was actually at the Boston Ballet House or Opera House.
Was it?
Oh, was
It
it?
w yeah,
Nice.
it was I think there was another one too, but
Hmm.
it was also at that one, which is weird.
Oh my lord. Do you see what Pepe made a great suggestion here? It was the most recent comment about cats and Christmas trees. You got it.
Yeah, make a tree out of cat houses.
That works.
Mhm.
hmm I just imagine in my mind what that like giant cat house.
When are they making the Human Centipede
I don't think.
musical?
Oh,
I'd
Yeah.
rather
that would be
see it.
tremendous.
Well, you know,
Feed her,
entertainment would probably not allow it.
feed her,
I'm very
feed her. That'll be the tune.
Live events
Oh
in
yeah, I've got
Boston
my
though made me
Christmas.
think.
This is the
Yeah.
most
Oh, I dig it.
ridiculous. This is
Great.
my horror holiday shirt. I don't have any other
I
horror
love it.
holiday shirts, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
Yesterday
limited
was
on that too.
funny.
the 9-year
So
anniversary of that shirt.
so how many?
Wow.
9 years.
Wow.
Damn.
Came up on the time hop.
Yeah.
I
But
can't
it's a pretty
remember
fine
if I had
shirt.
brought it up.
People don't notice it. Hmm?
I can't remember if I told you guys about the Edgar Allan Poe thing that was
How
in
was
Boston.
it? No.
It was
It
so
sounds
good. I didn't know if I had talked to you guys about it or not, but
I
it
don't
was
think
the
so.
No.
Edgar Allan Poe speakeasy. And
Yeah.
it was just like next year when they come, I know that Neil doesn't drink anymore, but they had like non-alcoholic ones for people that don't. So it was the
hmm
same kind of like spice blend and things, without the booze. But
Yeah.
like they had it all set up like an old 1920 speakeasy. It was like the coolest thing. So
That's
next year, if
awesome.
they come back, we're gonna get like like do like the flapper dress and like mobster kind of duds.
Nice.
I'll be wearing spats, it'll be good. It'll be good.
I love
But
it.
they told 4 Poe stories and you got a
Wow.
drink that matched each story,
That's
which was
amazing.
really, really cool. Yeah.
That's
One
awesome.
thing that
So
I
it's
didn't
not
even
even just like
know, I'm sorry.
you were saying?
Oh, there was one, I forget what that was called. I think it might have been might have been the Telltale Heart, but it was Poe's favorite drink, and it was whiskey and cream, which I had never had before. I never thought of putting like whiskey in
Yeah, I
your
would
milk.
think that it would like
I would think that it would make
I
me
didn't think it
barf.
would mix.
Yeah, it sounds like
So
it would be nasty, but it was fantastic. It had
really?
like this smooth, rich creaminess. It was so good.
Wow. I
I'll have to
cannot
find like a
imagine.
list of what there were, like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
4 different drinks. And the
So
people
good.
that put it
Aw,
on, like the production was great too. Like, oh, that's too cool.
it's a great
So
shirt. That's amazing. I'm so curious about what that tastes like, but I
Yeah,
saw
it
that like
sounds so weird.
advertised. It was like I think it was on Facebook a lot that this is happening,
It probably
and
that's
then
probably
like
where we first saw it. It
yeah,
was
and then
on
there was a
that.
few like George James Frazier posted about going to it with his wife, and it was like
Oh, okay.
around, and I was like, I don't know. I wish I went.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
guess they're
gonna be
going
here
all
next year?
across the country.
That's amazing.
I think so. Because they're doing
That would be
like they're going down to Florida and then going across the country, and I think next year they'll work their way back. And if they do, like we should do like a big group thing. I think it'd be a lot of
cool.
fun.
Yes, that would be awesome.
There's like I think like an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. It was freezing
That's
that night
perfect.
though, so
Oh,
yeah, it was so good.
so maybe like a flapper with like
Yeah,
extra long
exactly.
socks.
And I found a neat place that you can get those with, they were pretty inexpensive. They were like replica things, and I think they were all like around $60. So it wasn't
That's
something that,
reasonable.
you got to pay like hundreds of dollars to get,
Yeah, yeah, that's very reasonable. Pepe is not about the cream base. It's about no sugar, in my mind. Like I know, like
Yep.
I almost call it kombucha. Rum chata is
It's
Oh, yeah,
creamy.
yeah.
There's like, yeah, Bailey's.
Yeah, most of
and
those
all
things
kinds of
are.
stuff.
They usually are. Yep.
Sweet,
Yeah, any
sweet,
kind of cream-based alcohol I've ever had has always been
sweet.
like uber sweet, but this wasn't.
Yeah.
This was you really got like the I don't know if it was maybe it was bourbon, but whatever whiskey they used, like it's a little smokiness to the cream. It was just crazy. I don't know, like it doesn't
Well,
sound like it should be as good as it was.
like Neil, I know with some of the teas in our have you seen this tea calendar, Troy? Do you drink tea?
That's
This is ringing a
amazing.
bell.
That's just I'm
Troy's
not
not a
much of
big
a tea
tea
guy.
guy.
Well, it's
I'm an
super
iced tea
awesome.
guy.
Iced tea is also very good. But he had the idea, I saw in some of his posts, that with some of them to add a little milk and that it can really bring out the
Oh,
flavor.
okay.
So I'm thinking that's the same kind of thing, that for whatever reason, the steri like just lifts the flavor in
Yeah.
whatever magical way it does.
Yep.
Why use
It
non-dairy
must
though?
be. Oh, okay.
I don't.
Yeah, but I
drink
learned
dairy.
that
So, yeah.
in our
Same.
pancakes the other day that doesn't always work because we used almond milk and the pancakes turned to rubber. It was really gruesome.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't good.
And I've been looking for. I love every version of Nosferatu. I'm more of a Nosferatu fan than Dracula, and I know people argue, well, it is Dracula, whatever. But okay, I don't care. The first image from Willem Dafoe
Mhm.
Yeah, me at Defoe.
and I'm pretty
Look at that.
excited.
Ooh.
Look at he's just in total madness and love of playing this character. I
Oh,
love it.
I've
And
seen
it's
a
that's
lot of
amazing.
people talk about
London
After Midnight. London
Yeah.
After Midnight, and it's
Oh, I could so see that. That's so
yeah.
true.
Look at him. He's
That
just
would
in
make a
love with
great
this
model.
character.
That's like a
Yeah,
perfect
it even
like,
looks
setup
like a
for like a
model, I
model
think.
kit. Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
It's awesome.
Oh, that's
This
awesome.
has me
That
so
is so
because
cool.
even just that still picture really captured like old cinema to me. Like it's
Yeah.
just
Oh, it
very
does.
like
So
it's
grand.
there. Yeah, very
Because it looks like
big and
real fire. It's not like
yeah.
computer fire going around and stuff. That looks so awesome.
So I'm
Yes.
very excited. It's
When
not
is
till
it
the end
When's
of
that
next
movie
year.
coming out?
And I think
Oh,
next
okay.
winter. So
Oh,
It'll be worth the
interesting.
wait, I think.
hope so. I'm looking forward to it.
Dave is asking about Nosferatu. He did kind of play. He played Max Schreck
Oh,
as
right.
Nosferatu
Right.
I love
way
that
back.
movie too.
And what the hell is the name of that one?
Shadow
It's
of the Vampire.
Oh,
Shadow
so
of the Vampire.
So I include that into my opinion the three versions of the movie. So
But in this one, he's Van Helsing, isn't he?
yeah, he's I don't think they
Oh,
call Van
wow.
Helsing, but he's the vampire hunter
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah, because it's
because
not.
they can't use Dracula. So.
Yes. Yeah.
He's like Larry Van Krugel.
Although they probably
vampire.
could use it now since it's public domain, but when they did
Oh, yeah.
Nosferatu, they really cheated the family out of the money. But
Really?
yeah,
yeah.
That tends to happen. Yeah.
but yeah, it turned 100 last year, I think, and this year, and the Invisible Man
Wow.
turns 90.
Oh, that's
Whoa.
crazy. Even
Wow.
the moon's afraid of me. Look at it.
Oh, Willem Dafoe, by the way, is in Poor Things, and this was so I didn't know what to think from the trailer, and I went in and some watch. I was like, holy shit, this movie's fucking awesome. It's
What is it?
basically it's like it just came out last week. It's like a retelling of Frankenstein, but a little
Oh.
different.
The
And then
trailer
also-
looks so great.
The middle, I do think it gets a little repetitive in the middle with Bruce Banner, whatever the guy's the Mark Ruffalo.
Ruffalo.
But then it gets amazing again. That stuff's not bad. It's just a little repetitive to me. And the end is so freaking dark and weird. This movie's great. If you like classic Tim Burton kind of stuff, just the visuals is very Tim Burton-esque, like the old Tim Burton stuff. Super weird, very dark.
Hmm.
I a great cast. Like I said, Willem Dafoe is God, and but his name's God, but he's basically Dr. Frankenstein.
Hmm.
And is it Emma Stone? Is that her name? She's
she's in
the
it too. I
monster.
didn't even know.
She's the monster, for lack of a better term. And then, yeah, great. Let me look up the actress. I'm sorry. Great, great movie. I highly recommend.
It might be Emma
Fourth
Stone.
Thing.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, Emma Stone. Yeah, so go see this. Apparently, it was a play. It's this is the movie version of the play. The Willem
I'm
Dafoe
sold.
character is so dark and weird. Everyone is weird in it, but it's
Is
great.
he
I would
ever
really.
not dark and weird in any movie?
No, it's true. It's true.
Never. That's why people hire him, because he's really good at that.
Yeah.
Weird and dark. He's the top of the list. Sloot
go
says
see
he
it.
acted in one of the same theaters that Emma Stone did. That's cool.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Pepe is saying that every time I think about John Malkovich, I always think about when he read The Nightmare Before Christmas on SNL. I did not see that. That sounds pretty rad.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah.
No, I would
Usually
like to.
can count on
listen to it.
Malkovich too. You can usually count on him.
He's also odd. He's like in the same vein of odd.
Yep.
Yeah, as
Oh,
Defoe,
wow.
like different, but that's
Oh.
wicked nasty.
Mhm.
That's some great
Man.
makeup though.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
big
like
in that.
a mask, right?
Wow.
It's not just him, is it?
No, it's him with like prosthetics on.
Really?
From what I understood, it
Wow.
took a long time to put that all on.
That looked super uncomfortable.
That's from the movie,
too,
Poor
you know?
Things.
That
Damn.
movie. Interesting, because I remember seeing trailers for that, and we
Yeah.
didn't know if we were into it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't know what
now
kind
I
of
know what
movie it
movie
would
you're
be.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd go see it again too. It's a long movie. It's 2.5 hours. This is one I do actually think would benefit if they cut about 20 or 30 minutes out. Sometimes people say that, and I don't really agree. I do think that's the only negative to me. It's too long. The middle gets repetitive. Kind of hits like, yeah, we get what you're going for, but I mean, it's a great movie. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but if anything, it definitely could have been edited down about 20 minutes.
Well, guys, I got a boogie. So
Well, it was great to have you here. Please return.
I'm sorry I was late, but I'm glad I made the scene.
Yeah.
So
Me too, because I was really
Great
crapping
seeing you
on you about
guys.
how I'm never going to count on Troy ever again for
Yeah,
anything.
I know.
I always crap on him.
That's
Fuck
yeah,
that
that's
guy.
just the usual way. I understand.
I keep
Alright,
hitting my
well, I will
hat when
talk
I use this one hatchet.
Crazy kids later.
All right,
Bye.
see you. I got to remember
Good
if I'm ever gonna start, being a hatchet murderer,
Yeah.
I can't wear this hat because I'd be like,
Hmm.
see?
It's your fatal flaw. It's like in a video game, and you have to wait for like the moment that the villain does that thing.
Right?
and
Yeah,
then you
like
can
Punch
start
Out.
punching
You're
it.
like
Yes,
on the fourth hop, you gotta hit
Yes.
King Hippo in the belly. Boom.
exactly. So like
I was
on your like sixth chop, you catch your hat and you
Yeah.
stop. Yeah. Nice. These
I was
off
gonna do
topic.
some. I was gonna actually use some of the Punch Out characters for some make some 8-bit guys off of them. But anyway,
Nice. Punch Out was pretty great.
yeah, good game. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I have them in front of me because they're here and I need to eat them because I've made like hundreds of them. I made this, there was a big ass work party that they wanted us to bake shit. I was like, fine, I'll bake shit. These are spice bars. This is my family recipe that as I started to make it, I realized it's probably like 100-year-old recipe, which is crazy.
Yeah.
They're pretty good. They're very sweet.
I don't know. I ain't got
Coffee
any.
is an ingredient. Have you had
What?
coffee is an ingredient?
Oh, coffee. Well, I've got some coffee right here, but it's not sweet at all.
Very sweet. I kicked caffeine, coffee caffeine. I don't think these count. It's like not a big amount of coffee.
Ah,
I
probably not.
feel like a different human. Better.
When I changed my diet, I actually stopped drinking coffee for a couple months, and then I slowly get back onto it, and now I just.
Well, I feel clear. I feel happier. I feel so much more energy without coffee. I can drink tea.
Well, tea has much less caffeine in than coffee.
Well, it's different. I mean, it's different. Like chemically, it's different.
It's also much less too.
Mm.
But yeah.
Sure. And tea is fine. You can comparably, some teas are as strong as coffee.
Not
It
caffeine.
shows you in like the charts of tea
Yeah.
to coffee. But at any rate, yeah, so maybe people will want to try it, give it a whirl, have a caffeine purge, well, a coffee purge, and just see how it goes, because I don't want to ever go back.
And I'll be a viceless man.
I'm totally viceless?
I guess I gamble.
Oh.
I
Dave,
just
I
all
was
left is
so,
pizza.
like, Dave's talking about he would riot. The only reason I was able to quit is because I got so sick for weeks, and all I was having was like soup and herbal tea and sleeping, and that was that. Then I was off coffee. I
Hey,
thought
if
that
you feel better, why drink it?
that's how I feel. Like yourself, with you getting rid of some of your drinks, because you said when you didn't have to stop drinking alcohol, but when you did, you felt better.
Right.
I think it sounded like
It's
it.
not exactly what I said, but yeah, that's. But I definitely do feel better. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Secret Satan.
Mhm.
Everyone, when you get your Secret Satan, please take either a picture or video and post it on the group, on the Facebook group, or email it, or however you want to send it in. Do a video, and we'll
What
play
if
it on
they
the show.
tagged you in their own post on their own social media?
That's cool too. Do it up.
Mm-hmm.
Do it up. And if you didn't do it, that's fine. But next year, get on the ball. Don't be a bum. Puppy Sloot. Looking at you.
What? Are you picking on Sloot? Sloot's got a lot going on.
I
Dang,
know.
Neil. Maybe Sloot is anti-holidays.
No, she was going to. She just forgot. But I'll forgive her this time.
That's what I needed.
I drink mine black as well.
I used to. I've given it up. I hope I never go back. I loved it. I loved especially like coffee drinks, like lattes and all the seasonal things, and it'd be like, it's winter and I can have minty white mochas and
Well, you could still have all that. Just don't put coffee in it.
ew. Then it's just like
Just
sugar
drink
and milk.
milkshakes.
Basically, I'm gonna have my hot milkshake. Yeah,
A hot
I guess it would be
milkshake.
good. Like that's what a steamer is. Like as a cafe drink.
Steamer?
A steamer in a cafe
Oh, okay.
is
Yeah.
foamed milk with whatever the flavor is.
Right.
Yep, sweet milk.
Night Swim's coming out in 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah, I hope that's good. It's kind of scary to me. Hey, John, what's up? John Reddy
Sure.
is in the
Are
house.
you ready for John Reddy? That song needs work. But Mr. Reddy, good man.
I feel like it's
Boom.
what to talk about. What was it?
Brr, Mr. Reddy. Your Secret Satan is in the mail.
But you're in Canada, so may not get there.
Yeah, it'll be a
Well, they've
little
got like Boxing Day and stuff like that, right? So you've got until Boxing.
Yeah.
I don't remember when.
I don't know. Maybe
Boxing
it'll
Day
get
is.
there. I really don't know. Maybe it'll get there quick. Theirs got to me quick.
Well, it could be.
Dave did. I actually went the I won't say honor system with Catonic. I sent hers out before I actually got it, but it all worked out. A Night Swim,
Hey,
Lake Effect, Blackouts on the cover.
Oh, I wanted to mention to everybody who loves our wonderful reviewer Joe, Diablo Joe. If anybody is aware that there was a fire at his condo. He had been displaced and was really like screwed. A lot of people contributed money. If you were one of the people that did that, anyone who showed support for Joe, amazing, and thank you. And he did find a place.
Yes.
So Joe is housed and will start doing. He's very excited that now that he's stable and can like chill. He's gonna start doing his reviews again.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Earlier this week, I was offered to sell Without Your Head, which would end the show, and they're like, "Well, you can just start a new show."
So that's how to the level that it was.
Yeah, like you can start, and you'll be all over the shows, on wherever they end up. So people, it's like, so it actually made me sad even thinking of the idea of selling 20 years of the show, someone else to own it. We can't go back. We can't go back and talk to Sid Haig and Betsy Palmer.
And then that person could just bury everything, and you
Yeah.
have no recourse.
Right.
You
It
just be like,
may
"Dump
end up somewhere. It may end up nowhere. And how long
Might
would it
end
end
up
up there?
nowhere
Maybe
and just
they'll be like, I don't like these few guys you've had on the show. Let's not put them up. What happens to them? They just disappear into the ether.
Yeah, fuck that.
So the whole thought just made me sad. So I was like, I'm not doing this.
I'm sad they thought you would go for it. That makes me like, they really thought that would be desirable.
Yeah, it's just not. Well, I mean, it's nice that someone thinks there's value in the show and everything.
I guess.
But
I'm very suspicious of people.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Who knows? I give people a bit of benefit of the doubt. They would have put it somewhere, and
then you get.
But still, the idea that I have no control over it, and it'll all be gone.
Dave's offering 5 magic beans for the show.
Yeah, don't know. All right, but anyway, all the stuff's here on the site.
Holding the show.
Yeah, it's all here. It's all on the Without Your Head.
Man,
so if you would like to donate a few bucks to help pay for all the cost, but why I mention this is because we're coming up to a new year. So any donations will get your name in the thanks throughout all of 2024. So if you would like to do that, it would be cool.
It would be cool. Would be cool. Because as far as I know, we do not have any financial sponsorships. Do we?
No.
Sponsored by anybody?
No.
Any company?
No. I should probably look into all this stuff. People have always told me for years, and we'll try to do it. Well, I should do it anyway. So at least even if it just covered the cost, that would be cool by me.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people who spend. But besides that,
7 beans. 7 beans. He's bumped up his offer. 7 beans.
That's another thing. I was like, I didn't say this, but it's like these festivals invite us to their shows and stuff. They'd be like, "Oh wow, this has been around 20 years. Yeah, I started a whole new one. Oh wow, you've been around 2 weeks. Who have you interviewed? Nobody. Well, I interviewed all these people. Where is it? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
just take my word for it.
Totally bury the longest running podcast.
Yeah, I couldn't even use that anymore.
Longest running podcast. I don't know if you're the longest running.
No, not longest, but longest running active horror podcast because another one started at the same time, but no longer around.
Aha.
But they
So,
didn't start
you know,
previously. You say me.
you gotta like put it in a will somewhere that you give it to, even if it wasn't me, someone that you do trust, whomever, or multiple people.
Together a group, you and Tyler, I think.
Yeah, it can be like
Tyler,
I
I want
will
Tyler to
buy
keep this. Yeah.
property, the intellectual property without your head, so other people can't fuck with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, because it's as I've gotten older, next year is the 20th year that I've podcasted. It'll be the 19th year of Without Your Head.
Wow.
2025 will be the 20th year of Without Your Head, but it's the 20th year of In Your Head and the 20th year since I've been podcasting. And then you start to look back at all these people that are no longer, not even just no longer here, but I mean, people are no longer here. You can't get more stories from Angus Grimm and Betsy Palmer, as I said, the great Ben Chapman up here. And then on my wrestling shows, Harley Race, there's Paul Bearer, Terry Funk, so many people.
They were not going to also buy
No.
podcast. Okay.
No.
But still. Yeah, you're so right that, I mean, that's such precious stuff. So many like interactions and experiences with people that
Yeah.
a lot of people that I think you've had people that have not been on other shows.
Yeah, when we had when we interviewed the director of
Oh, Surgeon.
well, so yeah, that was his first ever show. I don't know if he's probably done some since, Surgeon Specific, but I'm trying, the name's blanking on me right now. The original Wicker Man, when we had the director
Robin Bernstein.
Robin
Bernstein.
Harvey
Someone
Robin
else
Hardy
we know.
Robin Hardy.
Yes.
That was his first ever podcast, and he passed away not long after, so I think it was his only podcast. So.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so special.
Nice guy. Yeah, he was advertising for his Wicker Man 2, which I donated to. Three, and I donated to, and I have a signed poster.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's actually pretty cool.
It's really cool. It's really cool. Yeah, so much good stuff. Well, I'm glad you're not doing that.
No, I mean, it would have to be like life-changing money or something, and I know that's never, like they're not going to do that. And even that, the idea is like makes me upset, sad, and anxious. So,
well, you'd have a lot of money. The way I mean, I can't, like, if someone was to offer me money, I would never tell someone like, don't take life-changing money. And at the same time, it's like, well, what's going to change? Like, what's going to change?
Well, yeah, it'd be like, what would I want to? Well, yeah, I use this money to go to festivals and all this stuff that would be related to the show that I just sold.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Because your life right now is aligned with the things that you love.
Right.
So it's not like you'd get money that you could go live your dream, because you're already doing things that you love to do.
Right. I'd want to put it back into stuff related to the show. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But anyway, I appreciate everyone who listens to the show and shares it out. Oh, I have been asking, and people have been doing this. Very nice. So we were like around 200 away from 5,000 subscribers. Ooh. Now, originally 5,000? I had 5,000. So originally we had on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Originally both shows were on one channel, the IYA Tree, because I started it first, and then we separated in two different channels. So the In Your Head one still is like 7,000, around 8,000. This one was up to 4,000, whatever. So I was trying to get to 5,000, and it's almost there. So we're like 95 away, I think.
Wow.
So 95 people away from 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you are subscribed, share it out to the social medias and ask your horror friends to subscribe.
And what will happen when you hit that number?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool to hit 5,000. Yeah.
Like, oh, cool. Something's gonna happen. YouTube's gonna like do a thing.
I don't know. There might be. I know
a cool number.
I don't know. Yeah.
I will be excited about it too. 5,000 party.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So let's do it up. But we need 50, which isn't a lot, but I don't know how many's on there. But subscribe on the Twitch too. Follow us on Twitch.
Are you
Even
up
if
to
you just
Twitch?
listen on one or the other, subscribe or follow on both, please.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Are you up to your numbers on Twitch that you need to achieve?
No, we need 50. I don't think it's up that high, but I don't really promote it as much as I should.
Yeah.
But we will. But I
Shame.
have been saving I did the little trick that you sent me. To save.
Good.
So I think they did on the last show. So it's there permanently.
Cool. For now.
All right.
Can't trust anything. Make sure you download everything.
Oh, I keep the archives of everything.
Okay.
So
What else is going on? I feel like there's stuff that I want to talk about, and I have energy, and I don't know. What's going on in the horror world? Do we know?
So earlier I played a song, Krampus by Dr. Dreadful. That was pretty
Yeah.
cool. And later on, we're going to close out with Christmas Evil by Sam Haynes.
Cool.
That'll be fun. And I just got confirmation actually during the show that the band suggested by Diablo Joe, the Casket Rats, will be the music of the month in January.
Excellent.
Boston-based band.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
So that's pretty rocking.
Casket Rats.
The Casket Rats.
Casket Rats.
Yeah.
What do you
like
think
it.
I said?
What was that?
What do you think I said?
I don't know what you said.
Casket Rats.
Makes me think of like when the ship's coming over in the sea with Dracula in it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Rats.
Isn't there? But there's a band called the Coffin Cats. Yeah.
The Coffin Cats, they battle the Casket Rats.
They must, because the Coffin Cats, I think it's from New Jersey. That's probably the same kind of music. That's interesting.
And then the
They
Grave
must have
Dogs come in,
style.
chase them all away.
I don't know.
Reminds me of the house that Jack built. This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat with the whatever. Well, he had like a tail, blah, 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 that chased the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that chased the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built.
Oh,
This
weird.
is the maid, all
Really
forlorn.
true. When I was at a tattoo shop a long time ago, there was a guy who came in. This tattoo artist came in, and he had this nice car. He acted like he was a superstar. His nice car, on his hood was the whole thing was airbrushed. Was his fucking face airbrushed. It's really, really well done. And his name is on the car. It was just crazy. And he's like, oh, I was in the band, the Coffin Cats. And apparently that's true, because when I was looking for that,
Really?
yeah, he looks kind of like Pee Wee Herman now.
Oh, wow.
He was not. No, I don't miss having him around. Not that I'm at the shop anymore, but he was so.
So that reminds, so I have the Sandwich news page for my local town that I live in, Sandwich. And so there's a page and it's all the news. It's really just that people talk about Karens and like white people problems. This is the epitome of both those things. Like it's just complaining about like the most minuscule, nothing things. And so anyway, the guy who runs that, I see him around town, and he has a giant sticker on his car that says Sandwich News and his name, also his name, with his face on it. It's just like a big picture of his face on his own car, and I was like, oh my god. At first I thought he was like joking, but like he's very serious about it. It's very.
And why does he have this?
Because he runs the Sandwich News page on Facebook. So he puts this on his car, this giant sticker of his face and the Sandwich News. Because the Sandwich News is that important. He doesn't even live in Sandwich anymore either.
What a strange this. See, now I say this and we talk about this, but if Neil had a car,
I'd put my face on it.
I wouldn't
I'd
say
put
it's
this hat.
out
I'd
of
have like something like
possibility.
this that would be like on the top.
Not out of the realm of possibility.
That's what we need to make, like a bobblehead of me going. "Ooh, with this,
See,
that'd
that's
be
what I'm
cool."
talking about.
That reminds me when we first made the website.
Yeah.
I wanted the cursor to be my head that just floated around the website.
Neil.
I suggested this idea, but Tyler was not
Why
down.
didn't it happen?
I didn't know how to make it, and Tyler wasn't down with it. Tyler also hated that I used to have the show just play whenever he'd go to the website. It would just
I
play
hated
it.
that.
I was like, I love
When
it.
I came on, I'm like, dude, that can't keep happening.
Tyler hated it.
It's awful. It's so intrusive. I hate it when things
Well,
start
I like
auto
it.
playing on, because it's you. Of course you like it.
Yeah, I wanted my voice just to be like, going, "Oh man!" as soon as you go to the website.
I bet if you go to other websites and something starts playing immediately, you think it's fucking
Yeah, but
obnoxious.
it's not me. I like that a lot of the things I say is just is not reality. Like I might suggest these things, but I didn't think they'd ever happen. Some of them are very real, some are a mixture, but I like to leave it up to the audience to decide how real anything I say is.
I know you better than me. And I'll let you know it's real.
Let's see. I asked for questions. People have started asking about wrestling.
No, that's not what the show is. Take it
No.
elsewhere, my friend.
I even
Take it
wrote without your head. Which international celebrities would you like to meet?
international celebrities. Well, interesting. Junji Ito. Oh my god. There we go. That's my choice. People who know what I'm talking about know why. Those that don't, Junji Ito is an artist in Japan who makes amazing horror manga comics, and they're fucking scary and creative and unique, and the monsters are so fucking weird and it's terrifying. And I don't think there's a lot of times I can read something and it's like a comic and it's scary. I need to pick those up again. I had them on my phone. I was reading them before bed every night. So good. So good. And he just seems like a super cool guy. I don't think his English is good. Actually, he might not even be able to speak English now that I think of it. But yeah. How about yourself?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. Internationals.
Yeah. No.
I'm not really sure. This is one I'd have to think about. It's a good question.
Well, who would you want to have on the show from afar?
Yeah.
Maybe that's an easier way to think about it.
I'm really happy that we had Demian on tonight because I think I agree with you 100% that this is like the future horror master.
Yeah, he's going. Yes, 100. I think he's. I don't know if he understands how, like, this guy is. That movie was amazing. I can't wait to see his other stuff. I feel like we're very fortunate.
Yeah.
And he's super nice. So I think maybe when he's like this giant, he'll actually come back.
Twilight of the Living Dead. Twilight of the Living Dead is going to start shooting soon. That is Romero. Oh, yeah. Romero's unfilmed script.
Who is making that?
I believe it's actually former guest on the show finished the script.
Let me
Get
see
this-
here. Twilight of the Twilight of the Living Dead. Doop doop doop. Oh, come on, leave me alone. Let's see.
I think Joe Netter is
Oh,
finishing the
okay.
script.
Huh. The individual is Brad Anderson, who previously directed Session 9. Oh, I just lost
The
it. Trans-Siberian and
Director.
Machinist. Yes. Has worked on several film,
Uh-oh.
television projects, including DC Universe with Titans and Peacemaker, and script treatment also worked on by Joe Netter. Robert Lucas and Paolo Zalati will be executive produced by Alex Dundas and a bunch of other people. And it says, yeah, not much.
I mean, I'll be
Stephanie Hall?
interested. It's interesting. I
Yeah,
mean,
definitely.
you know, I can't say I was in love with the last couple he did, but yeah, I mean, be interesting.
Is this Stephanie Holbrook person is connected? Is she Al
Related to-
Holbrook's kid?
yeah, I don't know. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, nepotism.
Nepotism. All right.
Yeah, man.
Well, check out the Smash Mouth End Zone 2 Kickstarter.
Is there
Subscribe.
nepotism involved?
There is no, I don't think so. Something I actually want to start doing more often. It's on the website where you can subscribe to the newsletter, and I'd like to try to send that out every week or so. Just it'll update with who's coming on the show. I know Nicholas Vince does that, and I stole the idea from him.
Very good of you to give credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
So, and also check out Nicholas Vince's movie when it's available. It's great. I am.
Oh, good. Oh my God, people. It's fantastic. I Am Monsters was amazing. If you like
I love it.
documentaries, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful story. He's such a lovely guy. And to learn more about him and just the context of his experiences in history, of his time as a gay man who didn't feel like he could come out because of all the bullshit. And then just all this stuff, obviously all the Hellraiser stuff and all of his other acting things and his childhood. And it's just done in this really wonderful way that I felt it was very easy to continue. And I'm a person with attention challenges, and I felt it was very easy to pay attention. I was very engaged.
Yeah, he's got a great voice to listen to telling the stories. It was, yeah, it's wonderful. I really recommend it. John Reddy says Brunch of the Living Dead.
People over here being so silly. John is funny,
I
man.
actually think Twilight of the Living Dead is a good name though, because I was always kind of sad they went away from night, dawn, day, and then you go to the land. It's like,
Well,
and the diary, and then the
Diary.
island.
oh my God. I have not seen all of them, and I really should see more just to get them under my belt more. Am I like freezing?
Yeah, I don't know if it was me or you, but
It's me. Because I would know, like right now, am I frozen right now?
yeah.
What the fuck? Is my voice frozen or just my...
No, just the visual at moments here and there. I don't know. Troy did the same thing.
That's weird. It wasn't happening the whole time.
No.
I don't know. Or- Dave. Man, you guys see, John and Dave are old school without your head. For me, my experience with them is
Oh, yeah.
without your head people, and they riff on each other. So if you join us live for the chat, because Neil can't be posting constantly like boom, 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 posting every silly ass thing going on inside.
Right.
So come be in the live chat.
It adds to the experience of the show for us, for you guys. It's fun. Pepe Sloot's been around. It's a good time. Come and join the chat. If you're listening to this on the archives after, try to remember Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Come on over, and we're usually on till about 11, and join in. It's a good time.
And then I have to go to sleep.
Yes. And I reconnected John and Dave. They became friends through the show, and then like they became separated, and that sounds weird, but they didn't have any contact, so I gave anyway, I reconnected them with their emails or telephones or however they contact each other in Canada, smoke signals, and now
Dave's not
they're
in Canada now, is he?
Huh?
Dave's currently in Canada?
Yeah, they're both in
Oh,
Canada.
Dave's in Canada. Okay. Didn't know if you were in Detroit Rock City.
He was I think he was for a little bit, but no, he's back in Canada.
Got it. There's a lot of Canadians that are hanging out with us, huh?
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
eating the
Where
poutine.
does Sloot live?
Arizona.
Okay, that's very much not Canada.
Right. She
That's
actually
very
goes to Canada sometimes, huh?
Is she?
I think she has a family member there.
Place to be. I was talking with one of my
That reminds me, I'm sorry. Last time I was in Boston. So I was sitting in the it wasn't last time, it was the time before I was in Boston. And so I was taking the late bus, and there was an older woman there, but she thought I was her age because she even said like, "Oh, I see gray in your hair, and when we were kids, blah blah blah." And I was like, I think.
well, she's probably part blind. I know I'm losing my vision.
But anyway, their buses there to Montreal and stuff, and she just like said, "Why don't we jump on a bus and go to Montreal?" And I was like, "What the hell?"
Nice.
But,
Why not? Neil Jones
mm,
probably drug you and pull you into an alley and eat the face. eat
she's
the
very
face
nice.
off.
Though. She's very nice.
They're all very nice.
She actually tried to help. She tried to help a young guy because I bused to Canada, and the bus driver wouldn't let him on, and she actually went over and was offering to pay for his bus ticket, which was nice.
Wow.
And he was like, "It's not the kid actually had a bus ticket. This was really messed up. This is not horror related, whatever. But he had a bus ticket, and the bus driver's like, no, it's not that he doesn't have a ticket. He's got a ticket, but we oversold the seats. And so now I was like, well, that's not his fault. That's your fault. And so now he had to wait till 1 p.m. the next day. So I'm like, so he's got to sit here for like 13 hours? That's pretty
And this
fucked
was
up.
a kid, like a young person.
Yeah,
How
he's
old?
I would say I assume he's going home for like the holidays, and it's probably in college.
Got it.
I'd say early 20s or late teens.
Mhm.
I was like, man, that sucks. And that's not that shouldn't be that kid's fault. That should be your fault for selling too many tickets on the bus.
But then what do you do if all the seats are sold? You can't.
I
like,
don't know.
rent
Stick him on the top. No, I don't know.
tie him down like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
John, good question, John.
There was another weird experience that same day. So it was before I was waiting for the bus. I was at McDonald's drinking my coffee, and I heard this dude yelling, but I had my earbuds on. I was like, what the fuck is this? And he was on his phone, and I was like, he had people on their phone just talking so loud so we can hear him. But then I started listening, and like he was talking about, he's like, well, a good thing about being on the Cape is there's only 2 points of entry, and the place is just littered, how he said, with agents, and they're all after me. And then this other guy there, he started looking at me and like getting his eyes bigger as he kept going on. And he said, and last night, where I live on, he said the street, which actually isn't very far from me in Sandwich. And he's like, the car in front of me exploded. And we both looked at each other, this other guy, and we're like, he's like, I was driving and the cars followed me and it exploded. And the weirdest thing is it wasn't even in the news. And I was like, oh my Lord.
Wow.
So
That's
it was very, very, very weird conversation. Then he was trying to get money out of his bank, and he's like, why do I need power of attorney? I'm the person who owns it. And then he started giving out his social security number, like been yelling it, like so everybody can hear him. Like, this is probably not very smart, man. But it's
No.
very weird. It was
Probably
very
a
strange.
very ill
Yeah, it was, yeah,
throes of psychosis.
right, yeah.
That's the person you call police and say, I'd like to have a wellness check on this person
Yeah,
screaming
everyone
in the
else.
streets.
Yeah. It was weird. But hopefully he's all right.
Hopefully he is.
What's this? Fingers and butts. I don't know
Where
what
did
that's
it
a
come
reference to.
That was when we were talking about the young man being tied to the top of the vehicle
No.
bus. I don't know what that has anything to do with anything. Above it, I see, how do you ask a question in Canadian? John saying, I'm also sober, be very afraid. And then a silly comment about the bus. Did no one have a lap? Which I thought was really funny.
I will not sign up for name. How do you ask a question in Canadian?
Use
Also
a.
sober, be very afraid.
No one. I like that one.
That's true. Yeah, someone could just jump. Yeah, he could have jumped on someone's lap.
Like the bus driver. They have always that little space behind the bus driver. They should have like a emergency
Seat.
that they save for when they're dumb and don't know how to book.
Exactly. Yeah, you shouldn't have been able to even buy a ticket, I think, if you overbooked.
No, it should just automatic.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, what else is happening, people? I mean, we're getting down to the final moments here, I guess. What's happening next? What's
Next
what's the
week,
schedule?
Buddy Cooper will be on the show.
Yes. Excellent.
And then coming up in 2024, our top 13 list with a plethora of people on talking about it. That'll be fun.
I'm gonna have to think. Is that going to be on the 4th?
We'll figure out I have to figure out the date that works for
Coordinate.
Joe and
Yeah. We'll have a coordinate.
so you have a couple weeks to watch every movie that came out this year.
That's not happening. But I saw a lot when dinner and a movie.
Yeah. I actually I started when we started doing these lists. It was hard for me because I'd like, oh, I love so and so. I'd look it up. It's like, oh, that came out 2 years ago. So every year I actually keep a notepad on a virtual one, and every time I see a movie I really like, I actually go and put it down. And so I've got, I think over 20 at the moment. So I got to whittle it down. Wow. And sometimes I look at it afterwards. I'm like, why the hell did I put that on the list? Maybe I just assumed like there's not going to be anything else I like. So I better throw this shit on.
That was the best of January.
Right. Yeah, it's probably in the early year I just throw everything on there that was all right, and then later in the year it's like I'm getting more like a little more strict. Oh, this looks cool. Destroy All Neighbors is coming to Shudder.
Oh, that's gonna be like really goofy, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty goofy. It looks fun though. Yeah, it looks good. William Brown, an erotic, self-absorbed musician determined to finish his prog rock magnum opus, faces a creative roadblock in the form of a noisy and grotesque neighbor named Vlad. Seems like there's been a lot of
erotic. At first, I'm like, erotic.
Oh,
I said erotic. I'm like, erotic. What the hell kind of description is this? And then I realized you probably said neurotic.
Right.
Okay.
Seems like there's been a lot of horror movies lately about like musicians writing like the great horror tune or whatever.
I mean, we just had a musician who made the most amazing, in my opinion, horror movie of this year.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of musicians.
This is writing the tune. Now, that Nightmare on 34th Street? That's good because it's a miracle, but Miracle on 34th Street. I really think it should have been Massacre on 34th Street, the horror version.
I like that title. Better than It's a Wonderful Knife.
It's a Wonderful Knife.
You didn't like it. I didn't like it.
It's on.
That was the one with that like guy that no one likes, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of people like him. I don't like him, but
Do they? I feel like most people don't.
I don't know. I think they liked him. They liked him in Barbarian. I thought he kind of ruined Barbarian when
I
he
thought
popped up.
people didn't like him. I think he was good. I don't know. It's tough because he's really good at being annoying. And if someone is a villain, I don't want to be annoyed. I want to be impressed. I want to be like, wow, they're smart, or wow, they're scary, or I need to feel like I would actually be intimidated by them
Right.
and not just annoyed.
I got you. Yeah, I just see him and like this fucking guy.
What are these people doing in the chat? What is going
James
on?
Wan is a. Oh yeah, I saw this earlier too. James Wan adapting the Call of Cthulhu for a film.
Really
Yeah.
interesting.
Now the thing is, James Wan has a lot of prestige. So if he is involved, the movie will actually have a really big budget. So you can make a big, big giant monster.
Yes. Yeah.
Because usually when I've seen other versions of this, they're usually very low budget. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I like a lot of low budget things, but it would be impressive to see a big budget Cthulhu.
It would be interesting. I'm curious.
At
I
least
wonder
to
how that-
Monterey. It might be a shit movie, but I'm not really a big fan of James Wan movies.
I am going to talking about Lovecraft.
I'm sorry, Pepe, but I hate Tusk.
Ah, the pits.
Yeah.
The pits. Oh, well, I think part of it was that we had hopes that it would be great.
I know.
Justin
Boy.
Long.
When he popped up and you saw him, when you first time you see him as the Tusk guy, we just burst out into laughter. I'm not sure that was
I should watch that again. I'm so curious. I'm not going to send a picture. It's taking too long.
All right.
It was just to say that the oh, did I get something? That Brian Moore, we had guests on the show a few months ago about his Lovecraft movie, is progressing along. The guy who did the model, I just sent you. This isn't the guy who did the model, but it's a guy working on mold of the model. And it's very cool. I want to try to find a picture of the actual model. I'm not sure if it was on the show or not, but it's so fucking sick. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. But I am so high hopes on this movie.
Yeah, look, that looks sweet.
Dude, wait until you see this. It's like the actual full sculpt. Oh my god, it's so great. You all are gonna die. This is so awesome. All right, ready for this. Look at that.
Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Very
Yes.
Harryhausen-esque.
It's amazing.
Ray Harryhausen in the early days of Without Your Head. I was in talks with him to come on. That's a big regret that I didn't stick to that more. I remember he almost came on, but it conflicted with his 90th birthday. Boom.
Yeah, that's that thing is amazing. The details on it are insane. I love Ray Harryhausen, but this is fast. This Paul Komoda is amazing. He the guy that did the sculpt. He worked with H.R. Giger for a while, doing some stuff. He does all kinds. He does amazing art. High recommend to follow Paul Komoda's art. It's regular Paul, Komoda. Amazing. So I'm excited for that. Lovecraft stuff. Pumped about seeing Demian's stuff. with the Lovecraft thing there. That's very
Yeah.
exciting. I love when I find a creator that I can like really dig into a body of work. Like that was cool with Larry Fessenden because there's a lot of his stuff is available. So it takes like a little movement, like shifting around to get things, but
Mhm.
so this will be nice.
All right.
Mm.
Well, we'll be back next week with
We will
Buddy
be back
Coops.
next week.
Buddy Koopa. This is what I do when I'm reading minds,
What do you think you're reading?
or when I'm trying to
Project your mind?
any kind of mind powers. But I don't know.
Any of
But we'll be back next week. It'll be a good show. I'll be putting away my Christmas duds till next year. I know everyone will be sad about that.
Especially the hat. I'll be broken. Be
I
so
kind of
broken.
wish I would have had this more often this year. I wonder if there's a non-Christmas hat like this. If anyone would like to send me hats to wear on the show, P.O. Box 415, Sandwich, Mass. 02563, and I'll wear them on the show. As long as it won't get us kicked off, so nothing like pornographic or something. But I don't care if it's silly. I'll wear it on the show.
Oh my god. I can't handle the distraction. If you wore that every interview this month, it would have been a night.
Fucking, yeah, well, you can't have too much of a good thing. You got to keep them wanting
true.
more.
So true. So you don't have to wear the hat but once a year.
Right. I have a few different jackets. I wore them all year. They're pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's probably can't even see this because there's so much stuff going on here.
There is a lot. And is that Audrey too?
Audrey too, yep.
It's awesome.
I thought it was a little green. A little bit of green, and here was a lot of red.
I got my little guy. He doesn't have a name. I should name him.
Yeah. Sven.
Iceland does not fuck around with their holiday stories. They do like Yule Cat and all kinds of crazy ass monsters like Krampus.
Mm-hmm.
They've got like fucking.
I think when we had the zoologist on, he talked about the Yule Cat.
Did he?
Yeah.
Not Scott, who's passed.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, Yule Cat's like all these things are so evil and scary. I'm not sure if they have positive, happy, other than Santa. Santa, it's himself. I think everything is basically going to eat you, steal you. It's not good out there.
That's why you got to be a good little boy, a good little girl. You get presents, but if you're a bad little boy, a bad little girl, you get stolen, beat, and eaten.
Yeah.
That's how you keep people in line.
It's true. That's right. That's why you'd say, never mind. I won't be insulting. Not to you, just.
Must send Neil cash and nudes. I just send the cash. No, you don't have to send me. But yeah. All right. I had a good time. It was really fun. Thanks, Jenn Wexler. Thanks, Demian Rugna. Thank you, Terrible Troy. Thank you, Annabelle Lecter. And thank you, all the folks here. Wow.
Thank you, Neil.
Well, you're very welcome.
So we have got, I don't know, when's actual Christmas?
This is
25th?
Monday.
I have no idea what's going on in my world. I don't know if you know what's going on in your world.
On Christmas, I'm making a lasagna. That's all I know.
No, on the eve. On ye old eve.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything probably.
Well, maybe we'll do something. Maybe. No guarantees, but maybe there'll be an eve.
Yeah.
I have nothing more to give you, sir. You got your tea. I'll give you a hug.
I've got stuff. I got the Secret Satan and a couple presents.
Nice.
I'm just seeing what I nothing against my brother, but he thought that Wonka movie was the best movie of the year.
I'm so curious about this. I don't think I've seen a trailer for this either. Let me put in this Wonka thing.
I left. I
guy?
walked out. I was like, enough of this.
Who
What
the
the hell
hell
is this
does
shit?
he think he is?
Poor Things is still playing. I'd see
Oh my
that.
god. Who is this fraud?
Yeah, oh my lord.
Oh. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I don't know about this. He's very not Gene Wilder is basically my feelings.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, people out there, if you are in the Boston area, it's sometime in January. I'm not sure the date, but one of my favorite movies is playing midnights, and that is Death Race 2000. This is a great movie. It's you got the hand grenade, you got running over old people. This is a fantastic movie. It's so crazy. I know
Is
they
that-
made ones after they suck, but the original one's awesome. Death Race 2000.
When is that?
It's in January sometime. Play midnight movies at Coolidge. It's great.
Well,
Oh man, Death Race.
Mark it
2000.
on the calendar.
Yeah.
If we have like a one on the calendar that's like, holy shit.
Yeah, I've
that-
never seen it on the big
trying to make a
screen.
ring.
I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I love it.
I don't know if I have. Running over old people isn't familiar to me.
Yeah, so the idea, it's a game, it's a sport in the future, and you get points for running over people, and you get more points for like the different like kids and old people, and
Didn't they do that in Toxic Avenger?
yeah, but that movie was after Death Race 2000.
Got it.
You got a really young Sylvester Stallone in Death Race 2000.
Is it supposed to be serious?
Well, it's like a weird horror dystopian future comedy, but it's not like a over the top comedy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got social commentary underneath all, the craziness, which is a kind of movie I like. So you can just watch it for the just so insane, but it's really trying to say something. Like these are like the heroes of the future. These people are going around killing folks, and it's a good movie. Death Race 2000.
Sounds very intense. Is it kind of like the darkness of like Clockwork Orange kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a little sillier than that.
Okay.
It's a little sillier movie.
It's not like a totally dark, feel bad kind of movie.
No.
All right. Yeah.
Death Race 2000. David Carradine
Oh,
is the star, main guy.
David Carradine. Well,
Like I said, a young Stallone's in it.
yeah.
Paul Bartel. Mary Warrenov. I'd love to get Mary Warrenov on the show. But yeah, it's great.
Oh, we were supposed to get. We gotta. Do you know if our guest list is updated?
Yeah, I think if not, I don't know if I added Buddy Cooper for next week, but
Cool. Yeah, we gotta get it happening.
yeah.
Whoa,
Boom.
look at that. That's sick.
In the year 2000, hit and run driving is no longer a crime. It's a national sport. Death Race
I
2000.
love that lettering.
Yeah, sweet. 1975.
Coolio.
In
I'm
a
getting
dystopian future, a cross-country automobile race requires contestants to run down innocent pedestrians to gain points that are tallied based on each kill's brutality.
Oh, weird.
Death Race 2000.
I thought David Carradine died from. Dave's asking, didn't he? Wasn't he the person that died from self-asphyxiation?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, Dave. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I understand.
Death
your joke.
Jack 2000.
I understand your joke. Slow.
Oh,
Very slow.
man.
Well, I'm very curious. I
For some
hit the
reason, they used to
wall.
show it a bunch on TV when I was a kid, or like on one of the cable channels when we first got cable. And I
USA
used
Up
to
All
watch
Night.
it all the time.
Do you remember USA Up
No,
All
I
Night?
think it was yeah, but I
It
don't
had
know
like
if it
a
was on.
dream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I know there's a scene like so like they drive down to like the old folks home, and like the nurses come and they wheel out all the old people in their wheelchairs because like people watch this on TV because it's a big sport, and then like they come flying down and like they're behind a hedge and see like you see the people flying up behind the hedge like boom 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 boom.
Sounds
It's
very
awesome.
weird.
It's great.
I hit the wall of sleep.
All right. All right. Till
All right.
next week. This
Yes.
is Nasty Neil.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this is Without
Your head.
Hey, all right. I'm getting out of here. Sorry. See you, everybody.
Bye.